Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Houston premiere event here at Game Guys. Can I get a mic check in this chat? Make sure that we're good to go. Let me know if you can hear me. Audio's a bit low? Okay. I'm just moving something around real quick. I forgot to add it in here so you can see my goofy face. Where did they go? Is it this one? No. Which one is this? It's not what I wanted, but that's fine. I can hear you, but it seems a little quiet. I'm on mobile. Okay. I'm gonna try to boost this up just a little bit. Give me 1 second. Filters. Nope, that's not it. Okay, I'm just gonna bring it a little closer to my mouth. Hopefully that'll do it, because I can't boost it anymore. Alright, so first matchup, we've got Kelzino and Philip. Kelzino's running Allura Pegasus. Philip is running Ryu with the Nessa pilot. I think we're getting ready to go here. Let me just let them know that I'm set to go. Alright, so we're going to start the timer. We're a little louder. Look at this. Here we go. Alright, so I'm going to get rid of this overlay. You can kind of see what they've got going on. Kelzino's on the left here. It's going to be a fun matchup. See what Phillips cooked up for Nessa and Ryu. So we do have the ability to kind of pull up what they're playing here. Starting out with a maintenance hanger over on Kelzino's side. Show you here. Boom. Let me know if you guys can see this pretty clearly. This is all new for us here, setup wise, so a lot of stuff going on. Looks like we're doing Nessa's scrap heap, dropping out a temporal spike from Philip for reduced cost. He's getting right into it. Look at that. Yeah, he's doing the thing that Nessa needs to do. He's got the scrap out of there, played that temporal spike at a reduced cost so he can set up for next turn to actually be able to come in pretty clearly. So you can see here, temporal spike's got a 4 for 4, but he played it at a 3 on turn 1. Got a Mark III visor coming down on Kelzino's side. Get that charge boosted up. He's already up to 7. We can start attacking now too, so takes the damage from the first swing. Just takes straight damage for the second swing as well. Interesting. Looks like my cam froze up. Hmm. Weird. That's fine. You just won't be able to see me for now. It's okay. It's got a Leviathan coming down. Okay, we're scrap heaping again out of there. Okay. activating Overcharge, it looks like. He's going to scrap a card from hand, and he's actually going to regenerate Current Charge once he gets rid of a card from hand here. Maybe. Coming in for 6. Oh, okay. So he didn't scrap anything from hand weapon-wise. If he would have, which I can't really see his hand right now, but if he would have scrapped a card from hand, he would actually get that on scrap charge back. So he would have gone up in charge. Looks like Kel's just taking the damage. I should probably be like, moving this thing down. Looks like he's at 12. I have the ability to move the things. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So if you don't know, Philip played down this Leviathan Mark III. So he's setting up for kind of a kicker turn next turn, I bet. He's probably... I guess he's still sitting at 3 max core charge. Which... Hmm. Bringing down the Hellhound on the side for Kelzino. Another auxiliary weapon. Super important early game. A lot of you already know this, but for those of you who don't know, auxiliaries are another weapon type. They come down in that specific slot down there, right underneath your normal weapons. Okay, Kel's bringing down a Shard of Umbra, it looks like. Yep. So Mark II Shard of Umbra. It's an interesting choice from him to have that in his deck. So as you can see, it's just got a Quantum Blow 1 on it. So we got 2 coming in. And Philip is down to 14 shield. Got 12 coming in. Or not 12 coming in. He's down 2 12, so 2 more from there. 9. So Philip's sitting at 9 right now on shield. Reconfigure from Philip. Finally getting that equipment on. What's he got? Gauntlets Mark III? Yeah, look at that. So Philip's coming in for 8. So Kel is Overshield 3 on the Pegasus helmet. Dun, dun, dun. So he activated that, drops down. So instead of taking 8, he takes 5, which puts him down to 9. Draws, he's going to take his Void here. Those of you who don't know, every time you draw a card at the beginning of your turn, you do have a Void step that you can take. So you can discard a card from hand, place it down, face down in the Void, which you can kind of see up there above Kel's deck and Phillips. They're both doing it. And it lets you draw a new card each turn as well. So Kel flipping over Overcharge. This card has seen a lot of play now. So Kel's activating the on reveal on it to get the draw off of it. It does deplete the slot, even if you use an on reveal. So paying one, draw another card off a maintenance hanger. Going back to overcharge here, since you can scrap a card from hand now, you actually get the scrap refund back on weapons. So card has seen a lot of play. We're expecting to see it a lot here today. It just lets you build a lot of tempo. So it's been a main thing that people want. Attack declaration coming in here from Kelzino. What's he declaring with? He's going Shard of Umbra. Quantum Blow coming in. Ooh, he didn't pay for the reduction off of Allura here. A little bit of a misplay. So, Kelzino presenting 10 damage here into shields. So, so coming in for 4 here, drops him down to 5 on Philip's side on shields. 3 more coming in for base, plus the quantum blow that he's got on there. And then 3 more coming in from the auxiliary weapon. So, Philip gets the overclock here as soon as his life or shield hits 0. He chooses to do so on his defensive step instead of waiting. He is grabbing a Mark IV. Ooh, look at that. I love this card. He's got the Mark IV, if I can find the right one. Oh, Mark IV Lidless Orb? Yeah. So Mark IV Lidless Orb lets him reconfigure for 0 if he wants. I'm not sure that that's what he's going to be using it for, but he also gets Power Burst 2 and Short Circuit 2 for 1 now that he starts attacking. So Philip's in an awkward spot here, I think. Kel's got 2 charge left up that he can use for defensive stuff. He's got the Pegasus Visor up that has Overshield 3. So really he's also got the Basilisk Mark 1 Greaves here that he can use. So if we go and grab that, it's in the starting stuff, so you can see Basilisk has Reinforce 2 on it. However, it costs 2, so he's got 3 left up specifically for that. Yeah, so the total for the Visor and these Gauntlet or Greaves is going to be 3 total charge that Kel has. Oh, he only has 2 available, so he's probably just going to Overshield 3 here. And we do have Philip activating the Short Circuit and Power Burst. Turn the volume up. It's low. I'm gonna put this a little closer to my face then. We'll kind of go with that, and I'll just try to talk louder as well. Um, I think the microphone volume's up as loud as it can go. I don't think I can. I don't think I can juice it anymore. I can try. Um, dun 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 dun. No, I don't think I can juice it anymore. That's better. Okay, I'll just try to talk louder. So Philip did do the short circuit 2 and power up, so I think he did. Dun, 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 dun. Find the card here. So he was at 5, 6, 7, 8 total, so that should put Kelzino down to like 5? I can't read these dice very well. I'm trying to listen in on their match too, sorry. Audio volume, I mean. Oh, okay. That's good. So Philip putting in some work here. He's trying to catch up. See if he's got any regenerate stuff that he can do to kind of bring it back up to speed. Okay, he's down to 2. He's trying to find the 2 on the die. So match-wise, we're at about 14 minutes right now. Both of these guys have a pretty good understanding on the game. It's probably weird for them being on stream for the first time ever. Kel is at 1 current charge, and he doesn't really have anything left on the field he can do except for that face down configuration card, which there's a good chance it is the the card that lets him regenerate a shield and uh, do an overshield 3. I'm pretty sure he's got that in his deck. Let's take a look here. So, yeah, he's got core override. So this is kind of what I would assume is face down there. He's got a couple other abilities too here. He's got disengage that he can drop for a root kit, but we'll see what happens. So 4 more coming in from Temporal Spike. Pops Kelzino shields. So Kelzino opting not to overclock here. You can overclock as soon as you hit 0 or on your active main phase on your own turn. So Philip passing here. Kelzino, she's 0 shield. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve here. He's got his draw. He's probably going to void. Yep, getting rid of an equipment card it looks like in hand there. Looks like he drew into his Mark IV equipment. Opting to overclock here. Let's see. What Mark IV does he have in here? He's got, yeah, I'm pretty positive. So this is what he drew in hand. He's got this Mark IV Pegasus gauntlets in there. If he can get that out, that'll be brutal with the Power Burst 4 and Shockwave on it. But he's also got Shockwave built into his Mark IV weapon that he's about to play right now. So sequencing wise, he probably could have done it a little better. So yeah, Kel asking just for clarification here. He can't go past his max shield or max core charge when he does the scrap effect. So he actually loses out on the +2 on scrap from that previous weapon. So I'll show you real quick here. Sequencing wise, you would have wanted to actually do something on your turn and reduce your core charge by probably 1 or 2 because he had not that one. Helps if you click the right card. This one, the Shard of Umbra Mark III. So it's that +2 current charge down there. When you scrap the card, you actually get that back. So he would have been better off drawing a card or activating an effect and doing something. And then, yeah, he's got to compile those all together there. So those all become 1 slot as far as weapons go when you switch from 2 one-handers over to a 2-hander. So yeah, he compiles the 2 Mark 1s underneath the Mark IV, and then those just essentially stay there. That way, if your opponent actually destroys that card on top, the two Mark 1s would go back out into the normal place since Mark 1s can't be destroyed and removed from the field. But what I was saying is he could have done the maintenance hanger draw that he just did for one charge and then did something else for one charge, and then he could have overclocked, went and got his Mark 4, scrapped the Shard of Umbra that's on screen right now, and got that 2 charge back, and that's the most optimal way that you can kind of sequence that. As far as what he did play out, though, he brought out the kind of boogeyman of the format, in my opinion, for Mark 4 weapons, especially two-handers. It has Siphon 2 and Shockwave. Siphon 2 allows you to reduce your shields by 2 and power up your attack. Okay, attack declaration coming in. So adding in adding in Power Burst 1 here. So Calzino takes game 1. And then, so what happened here is Philip didn't have anything that he could play defensive wise. So Kel didn't need to use the effects on World Eater or any of the other stuff that he could kind of do here. Um, if Philip had had any charge left on Basilisk Overclock side, you can actually go ahead and just like steal shield. So this is the overclock side. Kel's running the the alternate art version. But the active main down there says reduce an opponent's shields by up to 2, and then you gain shields equal to that amount that you reduce it by. So had Philip had shield even to absorb an attack there, he could have just stolen those 2 away and then activated World Eater's plus 20, or plus 20, plus World Eater's shockwave effect. Sorry, I've got too many things all going in my ears at once. So if you look here, it's got Siphon 2 and Shockwave. Anyone running Orbital Devastation? Yes, they are. You'll probably see it today. Um, so World Eater lets you Siphon 2 and Shockwave, so you can effectively steal 2 shield with Basilisk, and then use that shield you stole from your opponent to then power up your weapon even more. So it gives you a plus 2, goes up to 9, and Allura has a plus 1 inherently built into her, and then you can see World Eater at the bottom there. It says once per turn you can activate Siphon 2 again. So if Kel had a way to gain 2 shields back from Regenerate on board, and then steal 2 shields, he could have just done like plus 4 Analoras. So game 2 here, Phillips going second. Be interesting to see what else Philip can kind of do here as far as whether or not he can get equipment cards quick enough. Let's kind of look here at their deck comparison while they're kind of getting ready. It looks like Philip's got 22 equipment cards, Kel's got 19. 16 weapons on Kel's side, 21 there. They're both running pretty close on configuration. Support cards, 7 and 4. It's kind of low in my opinion, but that's fine. You can kind of see here is Philip's deck list. He is not running Orbital Devastation, but he is running Maintenance Hanger. Huh, okay. Interesting. We can kind of review that here more after this as we get in depth on it. So, Kel coming right out the gate with the Mark III Greaves. Looks like we've got a couple support cards. So dropping Reconfigure and Scrap Heap to play those Duskwolf Gauntlets for cheaper. Just 2 on those. So already looking better for Kel here, or Philip. So he's already got these out, which helps him quite a bit. Puts him up to 5 charge. Kel's also at 5 charge. And he's playing a face down configuration here. As far as configurations go, he's got a couple options. He's got to deplete, disengage. What else has he got? No, no, no. Overcharge, overwhelm. He's got a nice suite of configurations here that he can actually get into. I didn't catch which one he put down though. Ooh, Kel paying 5 for a Hellhound. Mark 3. So dropping in the big auxiliary weapon here. It's also got regenerate on it, so kind of helps him out for later on in the game, like I was talking about. We can kind of go over all the decks here in the break. Um, we're trying to very quickly get into this because it was kind of a mad dash at the end there to get everything ready. We will definitely go over them though. Whoa, what just happened? Yeah, I see the lights went out. That's weird. Okay, hang on one second. All right, there we go. That was weird. Okay, 4 coming in. So Philip already down to 14. He did have the starting Greaves that let him drop. Wait. Oh, yeah, he just bounced one back. Okay, I see. That's mine. Yep. Philip's turn. He's up to 6. Hang on one second. So Philip just adjusting his charge there. He he forgot to reset it after going for second. So another reconfigured coming down so he can get that out for cheaper on the what's he using? He is actually going with Jericho, which I think is a good choice just to do the short circuit. So he's coming in for 5. Kel's down to 14. 2 damage with Rawhide. Puts him down to 12. Interesting. Philip passing with 1 up. Still leaves him with System Override. I don't think visor-wise. Yeah, he doesn't have enough to click Overshield 3 on this. He needs 2 for that. But his face down card, as far as like what configuration it could be, I have a feeling he's holding off on this no 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 to lock out. And holy smokes, Cal coming in with the Mark III gauntlets. Gets him up to 7 charge next turn. Attack coming in for 1. The shield takes that damage. So Philip's system overriding, the 2 damage coming in, so they both take 1 each. Wrong button, Ryan. And then 4 more presented here from Calzino. No more charge for Philip, so it takes him down to 9. It's a pretty good defensive turn from Philip. I'm almost positive he's holding on to that no 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 for when he needs it and the Mark IV comes down. Back up to 5 charge here. Okay, reconfiguring again. Look at that. Love it. Bringing out the Mark III Griffin visor. This card is kind of underrated. Gives him system reboot just in case. I don't think Kel's really playing anything. Quantum blow coming in on this attack declaration. Puts him down to 9. But yeah, I don't think system reboot does a ton for him in this matchup, but it does give him the regenerate that he kind of lacks in this deck. 4 more or 5 more coming in because of Quantum Blow. Puts him down to 4 on Calzino's side. So Philip, again, passing with 1 up, just holding on to that system override 1 so he can continue to kind of annoy Calzino and push 1 damage back at him every time he swings with that axe. Since Philip is running the shield, the rawhide, he gets damage mitigation off the bat. So it's pretty helpful. A lot of people are going to be running shields today, I have a feeling. But once per turn, while this is depleted, you can reduce damage coming from a source by 1. And so essentially, Philip just ignores the shield damage coming in from Calzino that was happening. He's playing a face down card, the 4 charge left. He's going to pay 1 for Quantum Blow. Yep, 2. He's still not using his pilot ability. It's free. He should be tapping Allura every turn, and he's not. And I don't know why. But Allura has an active main that lets you reduce an on-attack ability by 1 to a minimum of 1. So Philip down to 1 shield already. I think Philip's going to split damage here. Yeah, 3 coming in. Oh, he didn't use it. I don't know why he's holding on to that. He should have used System Override here. But anyway, he's letting shields go down to 0. He could have got a free damage in, at the very least, on Calzino. So he's going to overclock. We haven't shown the overclocked Ryucore. So that's the base. Here's the overclock version. He can decoding 2 on that, but he also has the ability to go over max core charge with his current. It is actually a wild thing that you can do. I'm waiting for it to happen because you can actually cap out at 10 on this and then use overcharge to go up to potentially like 12 or 13 if you have more than 1 on the field, which is pretty crazy, to be honest, that you can do that. Yep. Calzino reminding Philip to reset his charge. It's very nice of him. Oh, yeah, you're going to see a few things today that you didn't realize were possible, I think. We played some last night, and there were some questions that were asked that we were like, yeah, no, that does work, and it absolutely works. Yep. So decoding off the Ryu overclock is probably a good choice. There's not much else on that card other than being able to reconfigure stuff. Still using the reconfigure. Don't do that. Yep, there we go. Paying full cost. Love it. Dropping down the Mark III Leviathan. That is the choice. So now he's rocking the Lidless Orb, Mark IV. That's what he went and grabbed. And then he also just played down one of my favorite cards, the Mark III. Wait, did he sideboard that in? No, he didn't. Where'd he go? I've lost it. There it is. So we've got 2 of these in the deck. 8 damage coming in off of Lidless Orb. So presenting over damage even if Kel does something that he doesn't really like. Kel, we get a peek at that at the card he just had there, which is Disengage. So popping shields. Philip doesn't have Philip doesn't have any Shockwave on board, I don't believe. So Kel is going to overclock, but this is the face down card that Kel has. So he's got Rootkit Regen on it. Lets him shut off a keyword. So had Philip activated Shockwave, Kel could have instead revealed this card, activated Rootkit, added it to the stack, and then, or sorry, the Flux, and then effectively shut off Shockwave anyway, because you get to choose a keyword and shut it down. So even if he would have used it, he just would have wasted the core charge on it on Philip's side. scrapping that. There, he did the sequencing right. So we're just clarifying here. Philip was confused why he was scrapping and didn't realize he didn't know it was only Mark 1s that didn't get scrapped. So now Kel has some defensive options since he overclocked. So he's going to pay 2 on the Greaves. Yep, by 2. Yeah. So 2 damage coming into. Yep. Yep. So Philip just clarifying here that Quantum Blow doesn't do extra damage to life. So only 2 damage coming into kill Xeno instead of 4 since he did use the reinforced 2. So now 4 more damage coming into life. Calzino has nothing he can do here. Puts him down to 6 life. Phillips still at 10. Yeah, just clarifying here that Short Circuit does also do damage to your pilot's life if you don't have any shield. So not super great for Calzino, but also he does have a root kit just hanging out there on the board. Um, Kel's pretty much in a win this turn or lose. Um, it depends what he just put down on the field, I guess, as well, but I kind of doubt that's going to help him a lot here. He needs quite a bit of defensive stuff. It looks like he's got a maintenance hanger in hand, though, which shocked that he's not going to play that. I think he's got more than one actually in hand, it looked like. This is what I would expect to happen here. We'll see if it does. Philip doesn't have a lot of defensive options here. He basically has, yeah, just the redirect from System Override on his Greaves, and then whatever that face down card is, we still don't know. I haven't seen him like tip it up and look at it or anything. So, oh, okay. So he has a shield drone in hand. So he's getting rid of System Override or Short Circuit and adding 2 more shield with Regenerate. It's probably a better value play for him because he's not going to take that damage at the end of turn, getting 2 back. So it's kind of a win-win either way. But he's going to force Philip to. Oh, let's see. Oh, we finally have it. Yeah, Philip with the play. Let's go. So Philip dropping out Virus. I love this play. This is so cool. So sequencing wise, best way to do it. Oh, Kel is gonna rootkit Virus though. Yep. So sadly, doesn't happen. So Virus goes on the stack. He could have depleted the World Eater, and before resolution. Hang on 1 second. They've got a couple questions here. So yeah, they just had a question real quick on how the resolution of that could have happened a different way. There's actually a priority step in the like after the active player's draw phase. So some players you'll see today. So put the round timer up here for everybody. So game two, that is taken by Kel. Good game by both players. I'm gonna switch over to the crowd camera here real quick while they clean up, and then we'll be back. We're gonna do a little interview here with Kel. Sorry, I'm just trying to fix something real quick. So, for whatever reason, when I added the extra camera here, it kind of goofed it. Okay, so bear with me just for a second here. I'm trying to fix just like one thing. For some reason my camera went out here in the normal area, but so did my microphone. So let me try to fix the commentary portion here real quick. Okay, you should be able to hear me now, but also not really sure why the what the heck is it? Video capture. Dun, 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 dun. Should be this one? No, yes, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. Um, so we're gonna do a like an interview here with Calzino real quick and kind of go through his plays with him and chat before we go into the next round. I'm also gonna try to fix this thing after we do that, so just kind of bear with me for a minute here. I'm not really sure what the heck's going on with this and why it won't show the camera. All right, we'll be right back. All right, here we go. We got Calzino in the house. Round one matchup versus Philip. What do you think, man? How'd it go for you?
To be honest, I was a little nervous
Yeah,
because scrap heat is kind of dangerous when you let them get carried away.
yeah. He's got the ability to get a round two overclock off on you.
Yeah, and not only that, the buildup of the max core charges. Yeah,
Yeah,
because he was hitting about like 6 or 7,
yeah,
but before I even hit round 3.
yeah.
Well,
I kept watching and kind of thinking, Philip's not seeing enough equipment here to kind of get what he wants.
yeah,
He's also not seeing the Mark IV cards, so he can overclock faster to get ahead of you.
Yeah,
Is that
that
kind of the thought process on the deck?
that's what it was. Because the best offense is the best defense, right?
Yeah,
But
for sure.
also he didn't have enough configurations. Well, he did, but he kept scrapping them,
Yeah.
and I felt like he could have slowed me down a whole lot more.
Yeah, there were some opportunities he had from what I saw
Yeah,
that he probably could have stopped you from at least activating some keywords. Um, yeah, it was an interesting situation where I thought he had a lockout ready to go for you,
yeah,
and it wasn't just spirals. I thought he had no, so that he could basically lock out your equipment and then wait for you to fire it or root it, and then basically flip the next
yeah.
one and just do it again.
And also he didn't take advantage of overcharge
Yeah,
because he only used it once.
yeah, yep. I saw that too.
Yeah, if he would have done it earlier, I think he would have won.
Yeah, I think probably a little more experience, and he could have taken game two.
Yeah.
Game one, I just don't think he saw enough pieces to kind of outpace you and take that game. Um, you feel pretty good moving forward with your deck as far as the tweaks you made last night and this morning.
To be honest, I think I should have stuck with the one. I mean, the two-handed.
Yeah,
For the damage build-up,
yeah,
and probably just run rootkit a lot.
yeah. Instead,
Yeah,
instead of swapping into two one-handers.
yeah, cause I practiced when I got back to the hotel,
Yeah.
but yeah, I think that would have been a better option.
It'll be interesting. I think you'll be okay.
Yeah,
Keep those root kits on board.
yeah,
Make sure you set them early on the turns that you don't need to charge for anything else. I think that's the big thing is understanding how you need to sequence everything in the game and not accidentally leaving charge open that you don't really care about or need in the early game for a lot of players.
true.
Sorry. Good. Okay. Sorry. um, yeah, but no, it was a good game by both of you. Looking forward to seeing you make your way through the ranks here and
I
see what
think
you can do.
maybe top four.
Gotta represent that Allura.
Yeah, maybe top four.
Yeah, we're good. All right, man. Well,
All right.
appreciate you. Good luck moving forward.
All right, thank you.
Yep. We'll see y'all back in there. Alright, so hopefully everybody can hear me. We're working on getting the video fixed in here for the face cam, and then making sure the commentary mics out there are also ready to go. I think one of them was like partially muted or something, so that's why you kind of couldn't hear me out there. So we're just fixing that, and then I'm going to open. That screen's off. That's not helpful. Um, oh, I see. That's why. No, you're fine. I was just telling everybody in the stream that we're fixing the commentary for the mic and stuff. But the camera's still not on for this, so they just can't see my face in the commentary. Yep, yep. So we're good. So I'm actually gonna add the round timer real quick over here into the. Yeah. So we're just working on a couple things here. Give me just a couple minutes. Um, you're gonna see the crowd camera again. Uh, Again, we've got roughly 2 minutes left in the round, and then we're gonna get everything going and pair the next round here. So maybe just a like brief delay while we get everything set up and ready to go, and then we'll be right back into round two action here with the top table. So we'll talk to you here in just a second. that. All right, we're back. I'm gonna adjust this just a little. Never mind. I'm just gonna scoot back. It's fine. So now you get to see my mug. How's everybody doing out there? Everybody good? It has been a absolute blast, kind of getting everything ready to go here. It has definitely been a wild experience, to say the least. So, the game one was pretty good. Kelzino rocking out for Alora, doing the thing, trying to get everything kind of cleared, and then some player stuff ready for the next round. Um, they're doing some overtime stuff right now. You can kind of see on the crowd cam they're trying to finish up. So doing overtime sequencing there. So I believe it was like they made a last minute decision, last minute, but they're doing three turns. Yeah, each player gets 3 turns, and then yeah, no, that is the big thing. I wish we could have yeah, we got a good number of people here. We had some more people that were supposed to show and didn't. So it's just one of those things. It's first time out here. Everything's going pretty good though, so I can't really complain. Um, Interesting. Okay. So we'll have round two pairings up here shortly, it looks like. You can kind of see the round manager. So it's like deck wise, I kind of wanted to talk through what we had here. So we've got ETN, we've got Allura Basilisk. So we've got at least 2 Alluras in the field. Looks like 3. And then a Nessa. Let's see. Phillips running Nessa. So it looks like this is funny. Another Nessa. Another Nessa. So everybody, we don't have any Tiamat. We don't have any. So we had 12 show up. We were supposed to have a group of 12 more that was going to come in from Austin, Texas, and they'd called in and asked the store, and they just didn't show up here today. So we had 12 to begin with. What in the world? So we have no heavies at all from the looks of this. It's a bunch of midweight Alluras and then a ton of Nessas, it looks like, and then a couple ETNs. Uh, yeah. Rip the Tiamets. That is for sure. That's pretty funny though. Like I can't believe no one is running Tiamat. Dun, dun, dun. So we're just going through. Let me check. I think they're getting ready to finalize round two here. We've got this nice handy dandy kind of page that we can use for the round manager on top deck. So we've got 2 tables that haven't finished, it looks like. And then we had one person. Okay. Yeah, we just have 2 tables finishing up. It's bound to happen here early on. People trying to play quick enough that they can at least get to round 3 if need be. Okay, I see. Yep. Alright, let me go check on them real quick and make sure that we're about to get into round 2. I think we've got everything fixed. Got the cam back up. Let me pop over to the match screen. Yep, this is working now here too. So I think we're good to go. Yeah, we're looking good. Okay. So I will unload that. So the biggest thing I kind of told everybody on stream, that's gonna be on stream is like, it's like I need you guys to call out how much how much damage you're doing and how much shield you have left every time it happens because the little dice, I don't know how well you guys can see the dice. Like I can physically see the dice. I cannot see what those numbers are from where I'm at. It's just not possible. There's no way I can do it. And look at that, the light kicked off again. So we'll go fix that here too. And then I know we had an issue with the interview mic, so we got that fixed as well, I think. So should be good to go there. Lightweights definitely aren't for you. Yeah, no, I feel you. All right, give me 1 minute, and then I will be back, and we'll probably have the round two pairings going live here in just a few minutes. All right, so just a little update here. There's one table still going here. They're in turn two of the three overtime turns. Um, they're both really trying to win. Like really. That's funny. There, yeah, it's a thing. Um, so let's kind of go through. I'm gonna pull over the match screen so that we can kind of do this. And I want to kind of show like a couple of the decks. So you're gonna see names up here. Just kind of ignore them. But I want to go through a couple of the deck lists here. So I think two of the top decks that you're gonna see today are going to be this one here, and then probably probably this one. I think these are probably going to be two of the top deck lists that you're going to see today. Ignore the names. Again, like this is just kind of showing you what they've got here as far as breakdowns go. Um, you can see, pilot-wise, everything here at the top on the starting loadouts. So Nessa and Ryu, and then Allura Basilisk here with, running the Fang, and it's yeah, I've watched both of these decks play last night, and they do things in different ways, but the Nessa deck is basically like very much trying to ramp into overclock on turn 2 or turn 3. And you can see equipment-wise, there's 22 pieces of equipment. It's not hard to get there, seeing that many pieces. It's pretty consistent, but the Nessa deck, or the Allura deck, is running. Here, let me see if I can pull up. It's on player 2. You can kind of see the breakdown here. So there's a lot of control in this mid-range deck, which is funny to see and kind of say, but a lot of work being put in by. Oh wait, no, I loaded in the wrong one. Didn't I? Oh, what just happened? Somebody won. I didn't see what happened. No. Big sad. Hold on, I loaded in the wrong one. I'm a doofus. It's gonna be. Nope. What am I doing? This one. That needs to go into. Dun, 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 dun. This one, we'll clear that. This is the one that's like very controlly. So it's a Cal. You wanted to see a Cal gadget deck. You're probably going to see this one at some point today. Um, we'll make sure he gets into the stream. He pilots this very well. I played against him last night personally and had him within like two life of winning. Yeah, and he had like just enough stuff to keep me from kind of punching over that limit. But this deck, if you're not ready for it, um, you're not going to do a whole lot. I'll just say that. He draws a ton of cards. It essentially makes his 50 card deck like a 36 card deck. Uh, he has so much draw power and he cycles a ton of stuff and then just has the ability to kind of whittle you down and not let you do anything that you want to do with the different configurations and stuff that he has in here. Yeah, it's wild, but I'm gonna go check and see where we're at here. I think we're about ready to go into round 2, and then we'll kind of get everything going here, and hopefully we'll smooth this out for everybody, so you're not sitting and waiting for too long and not having much to do. But we've got the stuff fixed here for the stream at least, and now we just need to streamline getting everybody through their matches a bit here and having better commentary from me. All right, we'll see you in just a few. Alright, we're back. What do you mean the YouTube stream never started? It should be on the Game Guys Entertainment stream. So, this turn we've got Tony and Daniel. So, Tony is on Nessa with Ryu. Daniel's got Allura Basilisk going on. Daniel was on a bye last turn. Kind of look at their deck comparison here. We've got pulled up. Sorry, I'm checking to make sure nobody hit me up. Oh, Rip, I got a test stream on the Chrono Core account. Ah, yeah. Sorry, it's on Twitch, and then Game Guys has their YouTube linked up. So you kind of see the breakdown here. I think Tony's running a very similar deck to what I showed earlier for the Nessa deck. Daniel's is pretty unique though, so kind of see how this goes, and in between we'll kind of do like a bit of a breakdown more here. Tony opting to go second here. He won the roll off, so Daniel looks like he's got a handful of support cards. Not ideal. And he's mulliganing 2 cards away. We'll see what Tony's going to do here. Did he mulligan any? I don't think he did. Oh no, I don't have my... Hang on 1 second. I'll be right back. Just ignore me in the space that's not here. I have to grab a walkie-talkie. Okay. So, got 57 minutes on the timer. I'm gonna adjust this really quick. Dun 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 dun. They're getting ready to go. So I'll put this 56. There we go. Alright. Starting off here. Dropping in the Dusk Wolf. Greaves, it looks like. Yep. Again, Daniel's going first. Ping. Oh, okay. Trying to find a weapon card. Two-handed weapon off the rip. Hmm. Oh, I see. I see what he's doing. Did he find anything? Yeah, he found a Mark II. Interesting. Hmm. Okay. And digging for an equipment card as well. So Daniel found one equipment card. So Mark II Basilisk Visor. But what he actually played out. Okay. Tony going. Oh, okay. Timer's running. Okay. Um. So reconfiguring, dropping 2 pieces of equipment into scrap, using Nessa's ability for scrap heap. paying 2 for that. Got. What did he just play out? Oh, I thought he played the Gauntlets. Oh, he didn't play the Duskwolf Gauntlets. He played. Now I'm confused. Hmm. Am I just missing it in his deck list? Or did I screw up and grab the wrong deck list? Let me make sure I grab the right one. Because I feel like I may have goofed. Boop. Okay. Alright. So, Daniel, going up to 4 charge. That's Nessa. That pilot card looks unfamiliar. So, that Nessa that he has in play is the Kickstarter exclusive that my daughter actually drew. So, that's what he's running on that. So, attack coming in on turn 2 from Daniel. No response from Tony. Paying 1 for the decoding. So he's going to come in for 2 plus 1 off the Allura pilot. Oh, that's why. There we go. Helps if I grab the right thing. Yep, so plus 1 damage coming in off the two-handed weapon. So Laura, when attacking, plus 2 damage, or plus 1 damage. So coming in for 3 on Tony. So 3 down. Do another upgrade protocol from Daniel. Holy smokes. He is digging. So Basilisk Visor Mark III. Passing back over to Tony. He's sitting at 5 right now. Depending if he has an overcharge in hand, he could possibly do some shenanigans here. So playing the Greaves for free, since so Nessa's ability doesn't say to a minimum of 1, so he actually gets to play it for free. Holy smokes. Getting the Javelin of Faith out. Oh, deciding not to do the Javelin of Faith. Attack coming in from Rawhide. So activating Overcharge on Tony's side. Using the ability to draw 1, scrap a card, and activate Siphon 2. So 3 damage coming in to Daniel's shields. Drops it down to 17. Puts Tony back up to his max charge on his current to his max. Yup. Yep. Tony sequencing. So what Tony did, for those of you watching, uh, Tony played the Greaves for free, went from 5 max to 6 max, and then sequenced properly using overcharge here to go up +2. Instead of capping at 5, he now caps at 6. So now he plays the Javelin of Faith, and he's going to put another overcharge on it, I bet you. Nope, he's going to seed a card. He's going to play, or place one. So now Javelin of Faith comes in for 5. Daniel has no response. Down to 12 shield. Another one from Lidless Orb down to 11. Tony is a sequencing beast here. Love that play. Uh, Playing out a card for free. And then increasing his max charge to then scrap a card and go right back up to whatever that max was reset at is not something I've seen done here today. Love it. Over to Daniel. See what he has cooking here. He's got a lot of equipment cards in hand. I see at least two auxiliary weapons. So paying 3, drop down all-consuming Mark 2. Bang. So puts him up to 5 damage thanks to Alora's stuff, and Tony is tapped out. Daniel's searching for another. Looks like he's got another two-handed weapon in his hand there. Yep. Fang Mark 3 be added to hand. Lets him do Power Burst and Siphon when he can get that out for play next turn, and then he's also going to get the on scrap to reduce the cost of that essentially. Attack coming in with all consuming, so he's got 4 and then 5 coming in. He's going to activate the on attack. Yep. So taking 2 of his shield drops him down to 9. 7 damage coming into Tony. Tony doesn't activate his shield. He's going to. Okay. So Daniel reminding him last turn he should have done it as well. And so he's going to be at 9 right now because he didn't activate his shield on the first turn. Daniel gave him a card so he can use it as a reminder for the shield. Oh my goodness. Tony's got another. He's got another. Uh, he's got another overcharge in hand. I think he might have 2. Oh my gosh. Gonna reset. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Daniel passing with no charge open again. He's in a pretty dangerous spot right now. So Tony dropping 1 in face down for 1. What's he got in his deck? It could be a no, no, no. And if it's a lockout on Daniel, like he's free to attack and take his shield out, and then he has a card. What are we going with? Then he has a card with the ability to basically shut his attack off anyway. So he's not super worried about overclocking Daniel right now. So Rawhide coming in for 3. He's going to activate Siphon. No response. Puts Daniel down to 6. So he uses overcharge. He's gonna scrap something. He's gonna scrap Jericho. Gets two back. So activating Ryu's overclock to decoding 2. He's not overclocked. He's still got decoding on that front side. So yeah, he's got another lockout in hand. See what he keeps here. He's gotta keep. Nope, he doesn't keep the lockout. Okay. So using lidless to reconfigure. Activating Nessa, I'm assuming. Oh, just confirming here that reconfigure doesn't activate the ability. So yeah, lidless orb here. So the reconfigure lets you pitch 2 cards from hand, but they don't. You don't get the scrap effect. It doesn't activate any abilities. I think Daniel's down. Yeah, Daniel's down to 1 shield, which is not terrible for him, unless well, Tony's got 1 charge left over, so he can very easily just lock out that all-consuming. Okay, Hellhound coming down from Daniel. Mark II is fine. Mark II Pegasus Gauntlets. Adding another core charge. It's kind of trying to catch up. Oh, we got a response coming in for a reveal. It's going to pay 1, putting a virus token to deplete. So choosing to deplete the card instead of destroying it. Daniel not attacking with the auxiliary weapon. Passing back over to Tony. Hmm, interesting. So just so you're aware, what happened is, if I find the card, Tony was using deplete to activate the virus ability on it, which let him tap down Daniel's main weapon. So we got Quantum Blow coming in on activation. That's a choice. I don't know why he did that. He's got 1 shield, but we'll see what he's got. So attacking Rawhide, activating activating the overcharge again. Again, just pure value, siphoning, and then so Tony down to 5 shield. I was just reminding them to announce it so that I can hear them. Oh, okay. So 5 coming. What's he doing? me 1 second. Just sequencing wise, there's some weird stuff that just happened there that we have to clean up here. So Scarlett's just in there kind of clearing up and trying to rewind what happened so Daniel doesn't get the game loss. So just going to rewind back to before that attack was declared. Yeah, so just rewinding it back, clearing this up. So still activating the Quantum Blow after the rewind. Yeah, so rewinding back, he just misunderstood that you couldn't play the card from hand during the engagement phase. So now he's playing Overwhelm, paying the 1 for it, because he needs the Shockwave here. He's going to pay 1 for Quantum Blow. Yep, so just clarifying here. Because he wants to attack with all 3 weapons, but you can't attack with all 3 at once. You have to declare a weapon first, and then you move into the on attack. And then he's declaring attack here with that, and then he's going to activate Quantum Blow. Activating the Overcharge card as well to draw 1 and scrap. Doesn't have anything that gets him. Gets rid of disengage from hand. Yeah, so 4 coming in. Blows the shields up. Now he's going to go in with the lidless orb. He's going to pay 1 for shockwave. So, turn here. So puts him down to 3 because Quantum Blow doesn't deal damage to pilot life. It only hits shield value. Alright, so we're cleaned up here. So, we'll see what happens here. Tony's at no shield. Daniel's overclocking. Daniel drawing for turn. See if he voids a card here. Does void a card. Now he's gonna overclock. The I guess it just depends how you want to do it. But I always get nervous that I'm gonna draw my Mark 4 into my hand after I void and redraw, and then I can't overclock in that situation, so would not be great. And Daniel realizing he missequenced and should have done something first. Since when you scrap a card, you can't go past your max core charge, so it's alright. He realized it right as soon as he did it, but he'll be fine. Just cutting his deck after he has done the shuffle. So it looks like we've got. What's he got in hand? Ah, I missed what he said. He's got a core override in hand. That's probably what he set, be my guess. Yep. So he's gonna steal 2 shield. It's like one of my favorite parts of a Basilisk. The active main lets you reduce an opponent's shields by 2 and gain that much. So it takes Tony's shields down to 3. So leaving that card there. Is it 6? Huh. Oh yeah, that's right. He still can't swing with if so okay. If he would have played and overclocked the turn before on his defensive turn, Daniel on the right, if he would have done that and played a new Mark 4 on top of that card, it's a new card. I'm pretty sure that the virus goes away. It's something I need to verify, but when you play a new card down, no, never mind. It wouldn't. It would stay on that slot. If there were 2 slots and it was on the secondary slot, if he had 2 different weapons out and he played it in the main, then it would go away because there would no longer be a card in that slot. But it's fine. Did he attack with that weapon? 1 second. Yeah, so there was a rootkit on a rootkit that stopped Daniel from being able to. He rootkitted a rootkit off of Tony, which stopped his one attack, but he didn't have enough to deal with the other two attacks. Just giving them an update. They have 25 minutes left in the round. So, there's some interesting sequencing from Tony. Uh, I haven't seen anybody do what he did as far as playing an equipment card to increase max charge and then activating overcharge to go back up to where you actually want to be. So he was at 5 total charge, played a set of Greaves out for free to go up to 6 max, and then activated overcharge to go back up to 6 instead of being at 4. Like, it's never really crossed my mind to do. It's definitely a thing that can be done. Dun, 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 dun. Getting everything reset here for game 2. Yep. So, player who lost match gets to go second if they would like. He's choosing to go second on Daniel's side. He starts with 1 extra current core charge there. That's why he's up to 4 instead of 3. So Tony Mulligan. Why can't I talk? Mulligan. 3 cards. Daniel just 1. Just reminding them they need to shuffle the decks after mulliganing. Now they're speaking in Spanish to me. They think they're funny. Alright. Boop, boop. Just cutting the decks here. Both admitting they're very nervous to be on stream. So Tony going first. Going to reconfigure off the rip. So he's going to play that 2 cost card for much cheaper. It's paying 2 for the Dusk Wolf. Dun 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 dun. Gauntlets. Uh, yeah. So he brought the Dusk Wolf Gauntlets in from his sideboard. Okay. I see what he's doing here. So voiding a card for Daniel. Ooh, paying all 4. Mark 3 Pegasus Greaves. It's getting out there. So I really like Pegasus Greaves. It depends how you want to roll with them, but they do have beginning of turn Data Storm, so you can take 4 damage and gain 2 max core charge for the turn. So, oh, I see. Playing Lilith's Orb out. So, activating Ryu for decoding 2. Let's him look at the top 2 cards, choose one of those. Looks like he's going to keep the auxiliary weapon. Put the other one on the bottom of the deck. So, declaring attack on Lidless instead of using Reconfigure. Using the Power Burst on the Lidless Orb. So, first attack coming in for 4 damage, puts Daniel down to 16 shield. Passing over to Daniel, choosing not to attack with the shield. Interesting. Just confirming Data Storm has to happen before your reset phase, and it does indeed. You would have to take the damage and be able to pay for the ability before you reset your charge at the beginning of your turn. Since phasing is important. Well, he's got a couple equipment cards, a couple weapons. Hand doesn't look bad. He's got another searcher for weapons. Just depends what he wants to do here. I think if you've got the equipment card to play, that you probably need to play it. But you really can't let Nessa outpace you with her ability to reduce the costs. So paying 2 for the Basilisk Visor Mark II. That's not the Mark II, Ryan. That's the Mark III. Helps if I click the right card. There it is. Fang coming in for decoding 2. Hmm. So 4 coming in. Both down to 16 shield. He's got 1 charge left. You can't play anything defensively here at this point with Allura at 1, but he's going to leave it open. He's probably going to Data Storm or save the on reveal for the configuration that he set to be able to overshield 3. So many configurations in hand for Tony. He's got a bunch of options. He's got another virus. Yep, he's going to drop that virus. He almost said what it was. He pretty much did say what it was. So he's got another deplete. So Lilith Orb coming in, paying 1 for Quantum Blow. So Power Burst 1 and Quantum Blow coming in on the Lidless Orb. So it's base 3. It's got a Quantum Blow +1, Power Burst +1 on that. So up to 5. Down to 11 shield. now he's going to swing with Rawhide for 2 more, dropping him down to 9. So he's holding on to the face down card for the regen overshield, which is probably the right call at this point. I don't think there's any point in using it right now. So drawing, gonna void. Depending on what's in his hand, that's a choice. He's not gonna void. Yeah, I would not get rid of any of those. Oh, he's gonna scry. He didn't set it. So for free, he's gonna decode 2. Because believe it or not, scrying is free after you pay the 1 cost to set it. So now he's gonna keep. Ooh, he's got the memory wipe. Did he side that in? No, that's in the main deck. So memory wipe is very good for shutting down defensive options with the firewall ability. Oh, but instead he goes for the Mark III weapon. So yeah, dropping in the Mark III Fang. So declares the attack. Tony responds with no 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 to lock out Daniel's weapon. So here's no no no. You can either draw 1 or do the lockout and shut down the weapon slot. It just shuts it down for the turn. Oop. So Daniel gonna set a card here face down. So Scarlet just stepping in with a judge clarification that even though no 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 was played and a lockout was placed on that slot, that it doesn't deplete the slot. It just allows you, if you have like an auxiliary weapon or something on board as well, or another weapon, that you can activate the on attack ability from that weapon still. It just shuts down the attack. Temporal spike coming down. Ooh. So Rawhide being declared with the attack, adding Quantum Blow again. So 2 coming into shields, puts him down to 7. 4 coming in, he's going to reveal. So he's going to regen 1, overshield 3. Yep, so stays at 7 due to the overshield and then regen. And then 5 more coming in from Temporal Spike. Puts Daniel down to 2. Yeah. So just clarifying, lockout does go away. Uh, Tony does still have another face down card here. Not a whole lot Daniel can do in this situation if it's another lockout. He needs to see an auxiliary weapon, and he hasn't seen one yet. He's got a defensive option. So what is... they're asking for a time check. Yeah, so just letting them know they've got 11 minutes left in the round. Ooh. What? So, memory wipe coming down, shutting off overshield. Tony doesn't have any charge left, though. So I think Daniel just not really thinking about that here. Hmm. And maybe he knows something I don't know. Not positive here. We'll see what happens, I guess. Hmm. So, Daniel using Alora's ability. So, her ability lets you reduce the cost of the next on attack by 1 to a minimum of 1. So, he's going to use 1, siphon 2 off. So, when he does that, it goes to 0. So, using Basilisk on attack. So, just explaining to Tony that Basilisk's ability lets you activate another on attack. So, he activated the. Let me get to it. The Mark III. So he used the Mark III Fang initial Siphon 2 with Alora's ability to reduce it by 2, or by 1, down to 1. I got a question coming in. So just clarifying here that when the Mark IV weapon comes down, the new weapon's damage is applied instead of the old weapon's base damage. So he gets to replace it, it scraps it. He gets 2 charge back off of that. So just going back through sequencing here, make sure he has the right core charge. Yep. So it goes back up to 3 because he should have been at 1. Scraps that Mark III weapon to get 2 back on the current charge. So now he's got 10 damage coming in, plus 1 from Alora. So 6 plus Siphon 2, plus Power Burst 2, plus 1 from Alora. So yeah, 11 damage total coming in. Puts him at 5 shield. So the sequencing there was declared attack with the Mark III Fang. It starts out with a base damage of 5. He activated Siphon 2 for 1 instead of 2, and then adds 2 damage to that. Then he used Basilisk's ability, that's also an on attack in the same engagement phase, to add Power Burst 2 to that, which bumps it up for plus 4 damage. That sequencing there also then allows him, because he used Siphon 2 to go down to 0 shield, to go get his Mark IV weapon and on the overclock replace it. So now the Mark IV weapon comes into play, which is not that. I clicked the wrong thing. It is the Fang Mark IV. So it's got a base damage of 6. So he went from 6 plus 2, and then plus 2 again from Siphon and Power Burst. And then Allura has a base plus 1 damage kicker. So there's your 11. Rawhide coming in first, doing the Quantum Blow, which there's no shield left, so So one life coming into one damage coming into life. Hmm. Tony saying, I can't do it. No. So declaring attack with Lilith first. Down to 8 life. Down to 7. Added power burst on that one. Mm -mm. So gonna pay 1 for core override. This is gonna still regen. Just pops the shields. So he regenerated shield. Tony rootkitted the Tony rootkitted overshield, and the damage just applies to the shield then. So sitting at 1 core charge, there's 1 card face down still. If that's a lockout, it's GG's. So Daniel needs to see something to get rid of the lockout here. Oh, okay. He's gonna pay 3 plus the 1 for maintenance hanger to regen 4. So back up to 4 shield here on Daniel's side. Just gonna give them a warning and let them know they're at 3 minutes real quick. Yep, oh, hang on. Yep, that's what I thought. So yeah, just verifying with them that even though he used virus, the attack still goes through. He just can't reset it the next turn. So the way that virus is worded, dun, 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 if I can get to it. Nope, that's not the right one either. So the way virus is worded, it lets you deplete a card, but since he already declared the attack, it doesn't really do anything. But it does keep Daniel from resetting it. We'll see what Tony can do here, but oh, he dropped one of the dice. Or the tokens. I mean, yeah, he's got Overwhelm. He's also got another no no no. So even if even if Daniel had a way to reset that card, he could just lock it out next turn anyway. So as long as Tony sequences properly here, he's pretty much guaranteed the win. Um, so declaring Shockwave here with the Temporal Spike. So overclocking. So dealing the damage plus Shockwave here takes Daniel down to six life. Tony's kind of completely open here. Just notifying them that time and round is up. Whoa. Yeah, so now they've got 3 turns. Um, if Tony doesn't win here, then it's going to go into a draw. So Tony takes the game. So Tony taking the dub here. We'll officially move the life to the 0. We'll clear him out. Give Tony the 2. That's a fun play. Uh, yeah, just dropping out the lidless orb again here. It's pretty wild. He uh he had everything he needed. It was just whether or not he was gonna have time or not. So we probably won't interview Tony because he's too young. So we'll see. I don't think he really wants to be on stream, but see what he wants. Take a quick break here, and then we'll be right back. so we got Tony.
Hello.
He was playing the Ryu Nessa deck.
Mhm.
So pretty good. Pretty good job, man. Is
Yeah.
this first time you played a deck like this before?
I actually haven't really played this game very much. I learned it on Monday this week, and it's a very good deck.
Yeah, it is. I enjoyed the way you played it. Your sequencing,
Yeah.
being able to play your equipment out for free, and
Mhm.
then following that up with some other plays to reduce your core charge, and then
Yeah.
coming back in and using overcharge to get back up to that max core charge. Not something I've seen anybody do before.
Yeah. It's mm, sorry.
You're
It's
fine.
kind of a. I had to think it through first
Yeah.
because you can only the only part of the deck where you can scrap and get the bonus
Yep.
is overcharge.
Yep.
So I needed to do that first, and I had to yeah.
Yeah. No, you sequenced it perfectly. Again, that's it's not something I've really seen people do.
Mhm.
So, congratulations on your win. You
Thank
having
you.
fun?
Yeah,
Yeah.
very much. It's now one of my favorite games. I
That's
mean, I
awesome.
learned it on Monday, and now it's I love it.
That's good. That's good. I'm glad you're having fun. You're probably going to be at the top table at least one more time today, I would bet, judging from your record. So we'll probably see you back in there in the arena. So good game, man.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll get back to round 3 action here very soon, everybody. Thanks for tuning in again. so we are just getting round 3 ready here. I'm getting everything put in for the next top table here. Looks like it's going to be a matchup between Cal and Nessa with the Ryu. So, yeah, Tony's going to be back on the table. He is currently one of the top players. He is 2-0 going into round 3. Aaron also 2-0 going into round 3. So, that's going to be our matchup here. I've played against Aaron's deck. I've seen how Tony can play, so we'll see how this one shakes out. But give me just a couple minutes here, and we'll have this one ready to go for you. And we'll be right back. Alright, so we're getting them set up in the other room. While we're doing that, I'm going to pop over to the match screen and we're going to kind of go through a breakdown here on their decks so you can kind of see what's going on. So this is Tony's deck. He is... Hang on, I'm going to make an announcement real quick. Uh... Pairings. I don't know if anybody in the Discord's talking or watching or whatever. Um, So Tony's deck is running. Good lord, he's got all the stuff you've seen here, but he's actually got Overwhelm in as well. So it's pretty interesting choice. Talking to them, they kind of said that he already. So he's using Overwhelm just to get the Shockwave Power Burst, and then talking with him after the little interview that we did, they basically said that they kind of put together everything that they had left over and had him build his own deck out of this, and he just kind of based it on what a couple of the other people that he's here with were also playing, which is fascinating to me because he's absolutely killing it. Um, Aaron, Aaron is running the Cow Bastion uh, gadget deck. Um, about to start round 3. So yeah, Cal, he likes the gadgets. He does a bunch of fun stuff here with reducing those costs and playing stuff out for free. Retribution is kind of like the kill card here, and I'll kind of show that. So let me load Retribution in. It's the card that he goes and searches for when he gets overclocked. So push that. So this is kind of the boogeyman card right now, because you can compare everything there with you can combine this with Orbital Devastation if you really want. Yeah, so we're just getting everything set up. Alright, so we're getting set up here. This is going to be a Cal Bastion and Nessa matchup. This is the fun one. It's going to be fascinating to see what happens here. So they're going to put their cards face down. He's just fanning his cards out to show off. Alright, so I'm going to give the go ahead here, and so we can get round 3 started. Okay, so we're just about to get going here on round 3. Looks like we're about ready to go. Alright, we are go. So, round 3 has begun. We've got Nessa and Nash versus Ryu. Sorry, Nessa and Nash is Ryu versus Cal Bastion and Duskwolf. We haven't seen Cal on the field yet, or in the arena. Looks like Aaron on the right-hand side. Um, he's going first, so Tony's gonna have. He's gonna mulligan. So Tony mulliganing 2. Anyway, we haven't seen we haven't seen Cal Bastion on stream yet. This is one that was assumed to be underpowered. So he reduces the cost of all gadgets in play by one core charge. There is no minimum. So he can actually play a card down for 0 if it's a gadget. And then the Duskwolf core, once per turn, you can draw a card every time you play a gadget. So Aaron's deck is very draw heavy and very gadget heavy. So off the bat, playing Scry, it's going to decode. So look at the top two, and then he's going to deplete that shield. Yep. So Scry is a gadget. So load that up here. Anything that has the little pink text box that says gadget in it, you're going to see quite a few of those cards from Aaron here in this deck. That's what he uses to fuel his entire deck and the draw power. Playing out the Duskwolf Gauntlets Mark III. Tony saw the exact same card. He's got 2 of those in his deck, and they saw him back to back. So using reconfigure once again, using Nessa, playing down the So we're just checking on something here real quick. Yeah. Yeah. So explaining that the card doesn't replace and go to the discard. So we're just making sure that the card in the scrap will move to void. So he's going to discard. So, no. Yep. So, just clearing up that once you void a card based on Nessa's ability, which is me going and grabbing the card so you can see it. So when you scrap heap, anything that's in your scrap pile gets sent to the void. But when you void the card, it's not like voiding a card at the beginning of your turn after your draw phase. So you don't draw a card off of it. That's all we're trying to figure out here. He wanted to make sure that when he sent a card from the scrap to the void, that it didn't or did trigger the draw here. So now we're seeding what looked like Look like disengage. Yeah. So he set a card under there for disengage. Then he's gonna pay 3 more to drop the gauntlets in. Which ones did he sit down? Oh, he played the Mark III. Fascinating. Okay. Yeah, so we got the Dusk Wolf Mark III gauntlets out. He really values Quantum Blow in this deck, from what I've seen. So now we're back, turn 2, on Aaron's side here. So he can start putting some pressure on. He's still at base weapons. I think his deck is more about filter and like kind of slowly pressuring his opponent based on what I've seen. But he very much likes to set cards that can. Oh, nope. Yep. He's just letting him know that. So on reveal and on play, he's just explaining they're the same thing. Cal, since he's playing it for free, so when he plays it, he can't play gadgets face down. So it's just explaining here that he was confused on why he would play it for a lockout. It doesn't make much sense in most situations, but for Aaron, he's literally just using this card to fuel his draw power. And since it's a gadget for free, it's you play down for free, you get the draw for free. He wasn't going to use the ability on the Greaves anyway, so he's just filtering through his deck. Aaron with a handful of cards. Sitting at 5 charge, because again, Cal plays the card for free. Ability resolves for free. Attacking. Yep. Is he going to declare anything or not? Okay. So, taking 1 in shields. No activations from Aaron. Coming in with Leviathan Swing. So 2 more damage coming in. Javelin of Faith coming in for Aaron. Hmm. So 3 more damage coming in. Down to 14. Tony explaining he likes to just build his weapons up and hit really hard, back to back to back. This is very much how I play, hitting very hard, over and over and over. Aaron down to 0 charge though. It's interesting choice. Tony sitting at 6. Making a joke about Tony trying to stick a card underneath the table. Is he gonna go Lidless Orb? Nah. Okay. So putting out Overcharge, then playing 3 for Lidless Orb Mark III. So he's going for the combo again to be able to siphon and why is he spending 1? So just reminding Tony he didn't have to pay one to flip the card as well. He already paid one to set it, and now he's paying one for Siphon 2. So he's going to draw one, scrap one. So going down to 12 shield. Now he's got the +2 damage. So 3 coming in. He's going to reduce damage by 1 with his shield. Take 2. Tony handing him a reminder token. Yep. So Aaron down to 18. Tony debating on whether or not he uses Nessa ability here, but he's only got 1 charge left. So adding Quantum Blow. So he's adding +1 damage to go to 17. And then adding 4 more. Down to 13. So Tony going down to 0 charge. He's got a shield. Using the token to remind himself. Just gonna say something to them real quick. Just letting them know they can use one of the little tokens for like the backside to remind themselves that they have the ability to use the shield damage or the reduction on that. Um, Man, up to 7. So they're both at quite a large core charge amount. So Aegis attack coming in, using decoding to look at the top 2. So decoding coming in. Trying to see what he's keeping. I need to tell him to open his hand up a little better. So activating Quantum Blow as well on the gauntlets. Not that one. Where's the Mark III? Bang. So applying Quantum Blow 1, dealing 2 damage. Tony has nothing in response. So Tony reducing it by 1, getting rid of his reminder token for the damage reduction. Down to 11 shield. So paying 1, placing a card, setting a card, sorry, underneath of Javelin of Faith. Pawn attack declaration, he's going to reveal it. He's also going for the overcharge because everyone loves free resources. He's going to discard another auxiliary. Yep. He's just reworking. Just making sure that we get the core charge right here. Yep, so he scrapped for +2. So making sure we're on the right core charge here. So now the attack gets depleted. So he siphons, goes down to 11 shield, adding the +2 damage to the attack. So 6 damage coming in. Tony's got no answer. Down to 5 shield. Laughing about Tony accidentally leaving it overclocked, and when he takes it out and slaps it down, it's just already on the overclock side. Yeah, you can see Overcharge is doing plenty of work here. Tony's using it on his shield, Aaron using it on his auxiliary weapon, both trying to get maximum value uh, out of those cards. Looks like Aaron playing down another Overcharge. Kind of brutal. Kind of brutal. He's gonna declare the attack and reveal that, and probably do the same thing because it looks like he's got another card in his hand weapon-wise that he can get rid of. So unless he absolutely needs that weapon, he's probably going to do that again this turn. We'll see. He's still got the Quantum Blow +1 damage on it. Hmm. So what's he doing here? Oh, he did activate the Siphon again. Yep, discarding another Mark III to go back up 2 more charge. So down to 9 shield. So he's coming in for 2. Yeah, coming in for 5 more damage. Yeah, so 5 damage coming in. Tony's got 5 shield left. Pops the shield. So Aaron just clarifying whether or not Tony would like to overclock. Just clarifying whether or not he wants to actually overclock and go search out his weapon. Um, Tony's worried about Aaron locking out his weapon, and he has every right to be concerned about that because that is definitely a no, no, no sitting underneath of the visor. I shouldn't say definitely. It might be. I'm pretty sure it is. So paying another 1, dropping the Greaves down, setting at 2, and then cleaning up all of the tokens. Just marking his shield. So now he's overclocking. Looking for the Mark IV. There it is. Okay. Interesting. Opting to lidless orb Mark III and Mark IV on two different slots here. So, um, only thing I can see that would be beneficial, I see what he's doing. He wants the overcharge on that slot because he doesn't care about the reconfigure anymore with where he's at game state wise. The biggest thing for him is like activating the overcharge if he really wants it, which I don't even know what's in his hand. There's no point in overcharging here. You're not getting anything back because he doesn't have any weapons in hand. So decoding. Yeah, so now he's gonna deplete. So now they're just laughing. So the virus went on the stack. Tony replied with his own rootkit, and then Aaron replied with his rootkit. So Aaron rootkitted the rootkit that was about to rootkit virus, essentially making virus just happen. So virus still then depletes his Mark IV weapon, this lidless orb that's up. So taking away the ability to possibly do, I don't know, like 14 damage basically between everything he has on board here. So decoding still resolves because it wasn't rootkitted. Yeah, so he paid one for decoding and then he paid one for revealing and activating rootkit. Aaron just making sure that he didn't take away too much. Uh, yeah, so there's no attack coming in from this Mark IV. So he's just got this Mark III Lidless Orb hanging out here, which doesn't present a ton of damage opportunity, but that helps. So he's gonna orbital, or not orbital. He's playing down the temporal spike. So attacking with temporal spike, four coming in. He's gonna take all four of that. He's choosing not to activate. Hmm. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, so four from the temporal spike. He didn't. Oh wait, what? I see. He just took all the damage. He chose not to use his shield ability or anything. So puts him at two. So Aaron going in for the KO turn here. He has the ability to siphon and overclock and grab his Mark IV weapon, which is definitely what he's going to do. Um, just reminding him that the slot does get depleted when you use a configuration card on that, even if you activate an ability as an on reveal. Anything with the cost in the left hand side, like you can see on counterattack for the temporal spike, anything with a cost inside of it, even if it's zero, if you activate it as an on reveal, counterattack, counterplay, active main, or on attack, you will deplete whatever slot that's in. So Aaron paying 4 for a Mark III Leviathan. It's one of my favorite cards in the game. It's a 4 for 1 on Power Burst 2. So it's pretty much always 6. And he's going to use the on attack from Overcharge so that he gets Siphon 2 and pops his shields. So it goes to 0. It's going to interrupt the process to overclock. Go grab Retribution. It's putting Retribution on the pilot. Use the on reveal for 5 damage. So he takes 5 to life. And then 6 coming in from the Leviathan. He has no shield left, so it doesn't matter. That's the end of game 1. So, whoop, wrong one. Aaron takes game 1. I did not mean to do that. Going into game 2. Just resetting everything here quickly. So, Aaron's deck is very reactive with Cal. Like, he's doing the things that he wants to do for free with the gadget cards and drawing and cycling everything through his deck. The rest of his deck is very much so based on setting cards and then waiting for the right opportunity to reveal them and either interrupt your ability to attack in general and then hope he can outroot kit you, which is pretty typical for him. He'll usually have 1 or 2 set, it feels like, from watching him play here today and then playing against him the other night. I don't know that Tony's deck has enough to combat what Aaron is trying to do. So if I pull this up, that's not what I want. So Tony's deck has a little bit of rootkit in it, but he doesn't have enough, I don't think. So he's got deplete and he's got disengage, but disengage is a fairly minimal amount to have in your deck for rootkitting, and that's kind of it. That's all he has. And you can't rely on. No, he has. I lied. He also has um, infest. Yeah, so he's got infest and yeah, and disengage. So he's got a little bit. He can combat it a bit, but Aaron's deck is like far heavier on just. He basically runs 3 copies of everything that can rootkit and lock out. So it's just tough to deal with. And then Retribution being able to come down and deal life damage, also very hard to deal with. Um, I'm still kind of shocked that he doesn't run Orbital Devastation in here so that he can drop an Orbital Devastation, make an attack, and then siphon himself and declare his overclock like he did last turn. Like, to me, that seems like the more optimized play, I would say. Like, I don't think you run Rawhide in this deck. I don't think you can run another Mark IV other than Retribution. I guess we'll see though. It'd be a good discussion to have with him if he ends up winning this. So, all right, looks like they're about ready for game 2. Just cutting deck. So Tony declaring he's gonna go second, gets the extra current charge. Trying to see Aaron's hand. Looks like he's got 2 no-no-nos. Tony hitting just a bunch of weapons. Aaron getting rid of 1 card. shuffling that up. Oh boy. Tony's got an overcharge, which helps, but man, he has no equipment cards. That's pretty brutal. They're laughing about shuffling everything up at the beginning of the game and then doing their mulligan and then shuffling again. So, looking at their opening hands, Aaron has quite a few configurations early on, which is fine for him. That's what he likes to see. Um, Start match 2 here. We got 27 minutes left on the timer. They're playing a little slower. They're both really trying to win, so yep. Aaron doing the no 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 for free off of Cal because it's a gadget. Gets the free draw for the on reveal, depletes the card. Gets to draw the extra draw off of the active or the trigger on his core. So if you don't know, Duskwolf says basically when you play a gadget you can draw. So Cal plays the gadget for free. Gadget comes down. It does the on reveal to draw, and then the core also draws you a card. And then no 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 just sits there as a counterattack as well. And I know there's another no 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 in hand for Aaron, so he's more than comfortable getting rid of that card to start with and then being able to come back to it later on. Yep. So we're paying 1, dropping down, overcharge. I was going to tease them a bit, but he's going to. I thought he activated the on attack and forgot to turn 1. Me butting in, not helpful. So he did the on reveal draw instead because he's not going to use the attack either way. No. Yeah. So we're going to decode 2 off of Ryu. It's like drawing cards is like good or something. Looking at. Okay, what are we trashing? So we're gonna scrap 2. No, 1 equipment, 1 weapon? Sure. Play the gauntlets. Nope, not that one. I keep seeing the Mark III tags and just like clicking it. That's not what it is, but this is what he played out. He played the Dustwolf Gauntlets Mark III. That way he gets the extra core charge and he played it at a reduced cost for 2, thanks to Nessa being able to play something from scrap for 1 less. Got a good look at his hand. He's got Overwhelm, Scry, No No No. Sorry, I'm trying to see what he's got. Yeah, so he's in a good spot if he wants to sit down. He's probably going to scry first, dig for more cards, and then set the lockout. Look like Tony's got. Yeah, there we go. Interesting. So foregoing the ability to Quantum Blow. So just clarifying it's a gadget. Lets him decode 2, and then so he can choose the decode 2 first and then draw another card based on his core ability. See if he remembers. Yeah, so he's going to use Duskwolf now and draw. mean, he's got so many options right now. And that's the thing about the Cal Bastion deck. Like, I don't think a lot of people realize. Everybody kind of discounted it because of there's not a ton of gadget cards. They didn't think there was a ton of value, but it's very much a control deck, which is funny. It is like draw and control and like slowly whittle you down and then keeping you from doing the things that you want to do later on in the game. Just gonna block one. Yeah, declaring the attack, making sure he doesn't want to use any on attack abilities. Did he activate? Oh no, he doesn't have overcharge on. So he activated the decoding. Hey Maz, been going good. It's a busy day, man. So it looks like he used the token to not take any damage. Where's his shield die? Yep, so he's gonna scrap that with overcharge. Go back up to 2. Gonna siphon his own shield. So 4 coming in. So Tony down to 16 shield. Sad you couldn't be here to whoop him. I'll let them all know, Maz, that you're coming for him next. Yeah, Aaron doing the things he wants to do, man. Getting the Greaves out. Now he's up to 7 charge. So everything's got an upgrade on it except for the Ryu visor at this point. So that's why he's got the 3 on 3 on 1 to go up to 7. Okay, gonna pass with 1 charge up. I thought he was gonna set another card. Okay, paying 1. What looked like an infest? Yeah, it was definitely an infest. Paying 1. Gain a core charge off of the Greaves. So now he's gonna declare the attack and overcharge. Siphon 2. Yep. Siphons 2. Adds 2 damage to the shield. So 3 coming in. He's gonna try to system override the ability. Hey, hey, how's it going, fellas in the chat? System overrides coming in. So he's trying to bounce 1 back at Tony. So they're gonna split damage 1-1. Asking for time call. getting rid of a maintenance hanger? So, dealing 5 damage, down to 12. That's an interesting choice to get rid of maintenance hanger, though. I don't know that I would have, I don't know that I would have done that, based on how control-y Aaron's deck is. But I guess if he's thinking he just wants to slam as much damage out as he possibly can, maybe he has another maintenance hanger in hand. I'm not positive. It was hard to see his hand. He's also only got like a couple cards. Just asked if it's raining outside. I keep trying to catch glimpses of what he has. I mean, depending on, I don't think he has any auxiliary weapons in his hand though. I think he's literally just clogged up with a bunch of configurations at the moment and not a lot of ability. Oh, maybe he has. He might have that Mark IV Rawhide in hand. So he's gonna no for free. And then draw one. Drawing one off the core. Still no auxiliaries. I'm pretty sure that's what he's digging for. I don't know why else he would just like continuously drop these in. So that's the second no that we've seen. I know he's got one more in the deck because he's got 3 total. Thinking it through. He's trying to win this turn. He doesn't want to go into a game 3. So declaring attack with Aegis. It's going to pay 1 to activate Quantum Blow. So he's going to chip, reduce it by 1. Take 1 damage, go down to 12. He's going to declare the attack with Leviathan Mark 1. A little baby attack, but he's got Quantum Blow on it, so it's +1. So he's going to use the Overcharge again. He must have just a... How many weapon cards does he have in this deck? Let's see. I want to see how many he has. So let's overlay his deck real quick. He only has 15 weapons. He has 25 configurations, though. That is wild. Okay. So he's sending 5 because he's got Siphon 2, plus Quantum Blow 1, plus the base damage, and the Leviathan is a 2. So he's basically at full now, thanks to Overcharge. A lot of interaction that happens here, especially with all the different things he can do in this Cow Bastion deck. Again, everyone out there who said Cow Bastion is not good, I tried to tell you. And everyone who said Nessa was not good, I tried to tell you. Everyone was under the assumption that that Heavy was the only decks that could compete at a high level here. And you are mistaken. Nessa is very good. Allura is very good. Cal, sneaky good. The deck Aaron has built is going to be interesting to see how this gets dealt with as we head toward Gen Con. So, declaring attack with auxiliary weapon. Paying 1 for Quantum Blow yet again. That is Tony's calling card, is Quantum Blow. He's coming in for 6. Aaron's got 3 charge. I mean, he's going to use... What? Hang on. Oh, I see. So Aaron's activating Duskwolf's ability to activate a non-on play and non-on reveal keyword on a gadget you control. So he's activating Overshield 3. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. He's down to 7. Taking 2 more. And then Tony's still got his shield. Oh, Aaron just Aaron just clarifying he's using the ability on overcharge and not the decoding effect on the actual shield itself. So Tony playing our most favorite card in the game right now, at least in this tournament, especially overcharge. So he can draw a card, scraps one from hand, and activates Siphon 2. So allows him to get rid of a weapon card and then go back up. Yep. So 4 damage coming in. Okay, I see what happened. I was, yep, he should have been 6. So he's at 2 shield. So he's going to upgrade protocol. Oh, just revealing the card to make sure he knows he's got an equipment card. Okay. Yep, he's going to take a bathroom break real quick. Just laughing that that robots don't have to go to the bathroom. So while we're waiting here, we can kind of see what's going on. Tony is digging for another piece of equipment. He got the equipment. He just revealed it to Aaron. Oh no. Oh, never mind. I thought I hit reset. Um, I'm not sure how Tony gets out of this because next turn, Aaron's just gonna siphon. Okay, so we're gonna back in it. He got the equipment card. Just tidying up the deck here. Um, I just don't know. I don't see how Tony gets out of this, honestly, because Aaron, all he has to do is overclock, and it's basically game over after that. I don't know what Tony has face down, so that maybe, I don't know. The only thing I can see that can save him right now is if it's no, no, no. But he's setting a card now, and I didn't catch it because I was clicking no, no, no like a doofus. It looks looks like he has another no in hand though. Yeah, overcharge is like almost mandatory at this point. Yeah, he's got another no in hand. Yep. Okay. So I don't know. Uh, okay. Yeah, just clarifying. No. Yeah, I'm just gonna clear this up real quick. So we're just doing a judge call real quick, making sure because there's a there's a chance here that Tony doesn't understand that the card has to clear first and how that resolves. I just knocked something off on my leg. That was weird. Aaron just helping him out, trying to make sure he gets that if he reveals before before deplete actually comes into play. So when you reveal deplete or you reveal any card that's a configuration, it has to resolve coming into play first. If you try to respond to that coming into play with an on reveal card, which Tony was going to try to do with Rootkit to stop his ability from activating, which is virus, you can't. There's no card there to activate it based on yet. So yeah, yeah. So he was gonna try to dodge it entirely, basically, because virus comes in, goes on the stack, and then he could have activated. Scarlet chastising me. Yeah. So got about 5 minutes left here. I think Aaron can take it here, and well, there's a no there, so we'll see. Tony's saying he's trying to win so that he can get the tie. He doesn't want to lose this round. Um, I don't know. It's if Tony had two left and those were both nos, I mean he could just double lock out both weapon slots from Aaron, and I think he would have a chance then to try to win. With them sitting at 2 and 5 right now, I mean, I know Aaron can literally just siphon because he's got overcharge on the Leviathan. So if he really wanted to, he could siphon, get the 2 charge, steal 2 shield from himself, overclock, go get his Mark IV, and immediately drop 5 damage on Tony. Now, where it comes down to it is just how you sequence that and whether or not it even makes sense to try to do. Again, Aaron doesn't run Orbital Devastation in his deck. And I think if he did, the situation he's in right now, he's got 9 charge. You could Orbital Devastation here, absolutely blow up Tony's shield. Even if Tony uses his actual like shield in play to reduce damage by 1, it puts him at 0 life, or 0 shield. Yeah, Tony's going to get to overclock, that's fine. It doesn't really matter at that point, because as soon as you siphon yourself, as long as that doesn't get rootkitted, you go to 0 shield, and then you overclock and drop the retribution for 5 life damage, and you've effectively just massacred the board state of Tony's shield and life. But I'm excited to see how Aaron decides to sequence this. What is he doing? Okay, that is a choice. He is paying the full cost of Rawhide. I don't think he realizes that he's not okay. He does realize he's not overclocking because you can overclock when you play a Mark IV. I don't know where he's going with this. So he's gonna declare the attack with the Mark IV Rawhide. And I wasn't sure why this is really in his deck, other than like he can. And I wasn't sure why he included this instead of a piece of equipment, but I guess we'll see. Okay, so he's activating Shockwave and Power Burst 2 on it. So he's coming in for 7. That's not a Shockwave token, by the way. That's Firewall, but it's fine. So he's asking if there's anything he wants to reveal. So he's coming in for 7 with Shockwave. So he's going to take all 7 of that. So he's going to overclock because he took all the damage. So he said he's taking all the damage. So he took 5 shield, 2 to life. He's going to go and grab his Lidless Orb. I don't know why he put it on his score, but there he goes. He's got it. No, don't do that. Yep, there you go. Leave it, leave it. No, 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 no. You're going to lose the shield. Okay, he's going to keep it on the shield so he at least has 1 damage reduction. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know that he gets out of this. I I think if he would have left 2 shield up and had 2 no-no-nos, and he could have locked out the Rawhide. At the very least 1, if he could have locked out the Rawhide, because Aaron has nothing face down for like one of the first times in the game, which is wild to say because I don't recall a time in this game where he hasn't had anything face down. So he's gonna activate Overcharge on the attack declaration. He's gonna pop 2 shield with the Siphon, which means he's gonna overclock, which means he's gonna go get Retribution, which means he's gonna do 5 damage right away. Yeah. Yep. So he's playing Retribution. He wants to put it on the pilot. You can, because it says all slots. Since it says all slots, technically every card has a slot, even the core. So that configuration can go on anything on your field. So explaining. So Tony didn't realize that Duskwolf could go get a gadget, and he was confused about the pilot slot. So Tony laughing and saying, "Oh, you're gonna kill me this round? Because if you don't, I'm gonna kill you next round." Which, yeah, there's 5 coming in. So even, oh, yeah, he was gonna try to root get it, but not gonna work because there is no keyword for deal 5 damage to an opponent. So Tony's down to 3 life. Yeah, they're still in the flux. It. Hang on one second. Yeah, so he didn't respond to the siphon happening. So what he could have done is on the attack declaration, he could have responded to siphon happening to keep him from actually having siphon take place, taking the 2 shield damage, and then kept him from overclocking, which wouldn't have allowed him to then drop retribution. So that was the only way he was going to survive. So that is game. All right. I'm gonna go grab them and sit down and we'll have a chat with Aaron. So we'll be right back, do a little interview, just kind of talk to him about his deck and get some thoughts on his gameplay and how he goes through his process here. And then we will have the next pairings up here very shortly. Um, yeah, Tony complimenting Aaron about his deck building and sequencing and playing. So we'll be right back with an interview with Aaron, and then while I'm doing the interview, they're going to get the next round ready to go. So we'll be right back.
All right, fresh off a victory, we've got Aaron over here with his Cal Bastion gadget deck, man. How did you feel about the matchup going in against the Nessa deck?
This is I played a similar one in round one, but with a different core.
Yeah.
I was scared at the decode just coming in. Hey, it's got all the good stuff in it.
A little more digging than what you're used to.
It is. I'm used to being the one that digs.
Yes, that's what I was saying on stream. It felt a lot like you were doing a lot of digging, but you weren't really finding what you wanted.
No, no. Game one, I felt I got a good set
Yeah,
of, but
yep.
game two, no, I was getting really stacked in the equipment.
Yeah, how'd you feel going into kind of that final round there? Of,
That was tense.
yeah,
That was literally
nothing set.
I was trying to do the math on, all right, can I hit this, or should I try to live this next round?
Yeah. It definitely felt like if he had a chance to stop one of those attacks, that he could possibly hit you back on the clapback.
Yeah.
So
He absolutely, I think, could have. I could have had the 2 defense off of the rawhide too.
Yeah.
That's sick, but he showed in his hand before that he had a shockwave config.
Yep.
It was all done if
Yep.
he did that.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask about the rawhide.
Okay.
Why rawhide and retribution instead of running an equipment card?
Because shields are stupid good right now. Stupid good.
So you value the defense of that over the extra core charge plus your overcharge abilities?
I do. It lets me ignore short circuit completely.
Okay, that makes sense.
So
yeah.
I don't have to necessarily system reboot.
Right.
I can focus on others.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. The thought
The
process
value.
for me was like you're getting a 3/3, and then if you drop your Mark 4 out because of the amount of time you can overcharge and just get that charge back, you're sitting at a 10 then, and then when you overcharge, you're just resetting back to full every turn. So it opens up your defensive abilities.
It does.
But
I get that.
guess if yeah.
It's mostly if I'm looking at the card, it's swing 7 for 7, but it's shockwave and power burst, so it's a
also
7
true.
for 9
That's
that
also
I'm
true.
defending, and choosing, especially when I'm at that low shield,
Yeah.
choosing what I clip and what I don't is all in like the sequencing numbers
Very
game.
much so. Yeah, and not
That's what I'm
forgetting to
thinking.
chip. So, well, cool. Hey, congratulations on your win. I'm sure you're going to be right back in that room
We'll see.
because we've got one more round before we cut to top 4.
All right.
And then the good stuff starts. So, congratulations again, and looking forward to seeing you in the next round, bud.
Thanks for making a sick game.
Yep, thank you. No, I appreciate it. All right, we'll be right back with the next round, everybody. So, stay tuned.
All right, everybody. I am putting together the. Okay, so this is right. Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm setting up the next round here, so we have all the cards in. That was a wild matchup. What do you guys think about the Cal Bastion deck running all those gadgets? Hopefully you enjoyed it. Let's see. Oh, I see. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna cut back, and I will be right back. Alright, everybody, we're getting everything set up in the room here. It's going to be Aaron versus Joe. And you're going to realize this is a. It's kind of like a repeat matchup, I guess. Like, these decks are very similar between Joe and what Tony was running. And that is because Tony is Joe's son. So they practice with these decks quite a bit. Um, Aaron is. Nope, they sat on the wrong sides. Hang on, let me tell him to flip sides real quick. Man, my mic wasn't even on that whole time. I'm a doofus. So, yeah, I was talking about Joe's running a different setup than what Tony's running. And he's running the Shard of Umbra instead. And then he's got the Duskwolf gauntlets in for his Mark IV to get the Quantum Blow 2 and Power Burst 2. So if he can get to it with overcharging and reducing the cost, which is exactly what he's trying to do here to make this a 5 cost, or a 6 cost instead of a 5 cost. So there's a potential that if Joe sees his um, if Joe sees his Mark IV card, that he can basically overclock on turn 2. So I was just letting them know that we're pretty much ready to go whenever they're ready. We're going to adjust the camera just a little bit so it's not cutting off their heads. But yeah, what I was saying is, as soon as he sees this card in his hand, this Mark IV gauntlets, yeah, he can overclock on turn 2. Oh no! And the camera just cut out. Oh, there it goes. And it's out again. Maybe I shouldn't have had anybody touch it. Shoot. Huh? 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 I might have to go in and fix it. So they're getting set up here, and then I'm going to give the go ahead for the next round. So I'm going to reset this timer for everybody so we can see it. I didn't see it was Nessa. Yeah, turn 2 Mark 4 is a definite hit. Yeah, he just has to see the Duskwolf Gauntlets. So they're starting. So they're rolling. They don't have their starting equipment. so this is the last round of Swiss before we move into top four. So this has some implication on just seeding wise. And the camera cut out again. And it's back on. Alright, they're about to cut. So let's kind of see what we're working with here. So we've got on Aaron's side, he's got 6 rootkit. There's a lot of system override, it looks like, on Joe's side. And he's also got 6 rootkit. 3 firewalls, 3 lockouts, 3 lockouts on Aaron's side. Yeah, and very similar but different. Definitely way more configurations on the Cal side for Aaron, but it's to be expected. He gets a lot of draw on that, so here we go. Already up to 5 on Cal Bastion side of things. Oof, look at all those configurations in hand. He's voiding, getting a card. Damn, another configuration and then a Joe saying we're gonna do things differently today. So getting rid of reconfigure and temporal. And he's going to Nessa to bring out the temporal spike, I'm sure. Yep. It's not terrible. He's still got 2 left. It's an okay opener. Definitely want to see equipment cards here, but no, 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 don't pass. Play that card face down. Interesting. Okay. So start of turn 2. Aaron's going to move into attacking after this. He didn't reset his stuff. No, because he's still voiding. My bad. Yeah, I don't think Nessa is overclocking on turn 2 this turn. By any means. He really needed to see a Mark III in that opening hand. So Javelin of Faith coming out. Yep, so declaring attack, revealing. Gonna pay 1 to draw, get another overcharge. That stinks. So Siphon 2 on Aaron's side, adding 2 damage to that temporal, or Javelin of Faith. So now he's coming in for 5. Now he's gonna overshield the 3. 2. So 2 damage on Joe's side, 2 damage on Aaron's side. Self-damaging for the win. Helps Joe out. Yep, 2 more coming in from the axe, 1 for the shield. So just like that, Joe's down to 15. Ooh, he's going to tap out. But he's also going to 7. Back to 3. Get an equipment. There's an equipment card. Cycle out one of those configurations. Get rid of one of the overwhelms. You don't need to. There's another one. Now we're playing the game. So activating reconfigure, he's going to pitch 2 cards, and then use Ness's ability to play one of those 2 cards for 1 less. We'll see what he does. Okay. So Visor and Infest. Yep. Gonna play. If I can find the card. So he's playing out the Griffin Visor. That's what he needed on turn 1, to be honest. Not this turn. So swinging for Temporal. So chips the 1 off the shield. Puts him down to 14 because he follows up with the attack on Temporal Spike. Or my brain is dying now. Yeah, Temporal Spike. I don't know why I didn't think that's what that card was, but that's definitely what that card is. I've looked at so many cards today. You'd think that I would know what they all are by now, right? There's just so much to remember. Nope, I'm lying. It's not Temporal Spike. The other one is Temporal Spike. What's he get out? Right now I'm confused. Oh, because I'm not looking at the right side. Yeah, it's a Temporal Spike. So coming in for the 4 damage on that. Okay. Declaring attack, activating decoding. Joe is not choosing to interact with that. He also has no charge, so he doesn't really have a choice. I see 2 depletions in Aaron's hand. So let's make it like really brutal here in a minute. I can't tell what the other one. Oh, okay, he's got a shield drone, 2 depletions, and a maintenance hanger. So yeah, we're gonna javelin. It's gonna draw, hoping he hits a weapon. He did. He may not want to get rid of that weapon though. Like I think at this point you just get rid of the shield drone because you want the extra damage off of the axe that he just drew instead of the 2 charge. Like that doesn't really matter to you right now. At least I don't think. We'll see what he does. Is he gonna go for the axe? He's going for the axe. Okay. Gonna siphon the 2 down to 12 shield. Click the wrong thing. My bad. Okay. So declaring the attack using short circuit 2, which is funny off of the off the gauntlets. Aaron hasn't used that once that I've seen ever. I've never seen him use the short circuit, and then he's gonna play maintenance hanger. So I actually don't think anybody's played one yet. But what the wild part is, that's crazy actually that no one has played this card yet. So he goes back up to 16. So passing back over to Joe. So we're at a 15 to 16, unless I missed. I think I missed some damage. I'm just gonna check real quick. Okay, so Joe is down to 8. I was so confused because it looked like it said 16. I was like, I don't know what's happening. How did he get up there? So it just got knocked over when they put the short circuit on. Okay, so playing down. Oh, what's he looking for? Equipment? Yeah. So we played Upgrade Protocol. He didn't hit a single piece of equipment on the top 5. Like, just for reference here, like, Joe's deck has 22 equipment cards in it. The chance that he wouldn't see one of those in the top 5 is absurd. So, activating the maintenance hanger. So, activating virus to deplete temporal spike. Putting the token on there just to remind him. Yeah, so what happened there is wall wall regenerate or regeneration wall, yeah, no, it's regenerate. I don't know why I keep wanting to make it plural. Wall regenerate was on the flux from maintenance hanger. It opens a priority window after that for Aaron to respond. So that's what he did, and then he depleted the auxiliary weapon. So taking the shockwave end of turn. Like one of the damage went through. Yep, just verifying that the shockwave is 2 damage. He could have used his shield there to reduce the damage by 1 on shockwave on the short circuit. So avoiding a damage, or avoiding a card, not a damage. Holy smokes, you'd think my brain has been damaged. I don't know what the play line is here for Aaron. He's at 8 already. I just don't know what he's really digging for, other than weapons. Like, oh, there he's got a weapon. Like, that's what you're taking, in my opinion. You don't care about core charge right now. He's got overcharge on the field. Like, you're taking Leviathan all day. And he's putting it on top. Okay. So the reason I say that he needed the Leviathan, again, this is a 3-cost card that does 4 damage, and then you can pay 1 to activate the Power Burst +2. So going up to 6 for 4 is pretty freaking good. So Javelin coming in, using Overcharge. What's he gonna pitch? Yep, pitching another weapon. Goes back up to 8. Goes down to 13 shield. So down to 5 shield. For Joe, I still think, I don't know why you wouldn't. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yep, gotta get that Leviathan out there. So, I mean, oh, he's just gonna play it safe and set Joe at 1 shield. That's a choice. I don't disagree with it. not allowing him to overclock right here is probably for the best. I can't tell if he has an overwhelm in hand. He's probably sitting on it. Maybe not. Doesn't look like it. Looks like another depletion or another deplete with virus on it. Oh my god. Okay. Playing another piece of equipment. Joe saying, yeah, setting on all the things. And yes, that is. Cal is the king of configurations. He hasn't even been doing the gadget setting or gadget playing for free and then drawing. Like, I don't know that he's even drawn more than one in this first turn or first game. I don't know what Joe's options are. Like, not having any other weapons right here isn't like terrible for Joe, but also you're having the you could replace the auxiliary weapon and get around the depletion. It's not a terrible thing to do. So I think you almost void one of the cards in hand because he's still contemplating. He's not going to void. He's going to decode instead. If he hits another auxiliary weapon here, he did. He should have voided. If he would have voided, he would have hit that. Keep dogs. No. It's fine. So it's fine. It he couldn't have done it this turn, but it's fine. So he's swinging, decoding. More auxiliary weapons. That's wild. Still seeing like no equipment cards. So he's going to take the one. So we got two equipment cards in hand. We got an overwhelm. He's going to pay one to draw. So he's just digging for more equipment. He's not seeing it. I mean, now you're... Now he doesn't even have overcharge on field. What's he paying one for? Is he going to play overwhelm right now? Yeah. So he's going to system reboot. Get rid of the short circuit. So he's not taking two more damage at the end of this turn. Otherwise, it just blows his shields up. Hmm. I mean, I guess now... No? Okay. That's fine. Makes sense. So, joking about Lidless Orb Mark 1 coming in for all of 1 damage. So, we're going to counterattack System Override. He's going to bounce he's going to bounce the 1 damage back. So just clarifying that like when he takes the damage, he can't go and overclock. So what could have happened is Joe could have used his shield because it's on either turn, just in case you're not aware. The way shields are worded, it says once per turn. While this is depleted, you can reduce damage by 1 incoming source by 1. So he could have reduced system override. the system override damage coming in. He also missed it on like one of the other turns too. So there's been a couple instances of damage that have come through during his own turn that he still has an opportunity to reduce. But I just don't think he's had enough reps to know that he can do that. So this is gonna go quick. He's got one charge, nothing face down. Honestly, Joe could have just chosen to scoop if he wanted to. So they're gonna move. They're gonna move to game two. Joe laughing that Joe laughing that he saw 0 equipment cards after the initial draw and then full mulligan. I'm just gonna remind them that they can side deck if they want to. I was just reminding them they had side decks they can do. Neither one of them. What? Yeah, I just looking at Joe's deck, like even side deck wise, I don't think there's anything that he would want or need to bring in because the only thing he really has is Infest, and he only has like one extra copy of that for the root kit, so not not a ton of value that's going to be added there. Um, yeah, it's interesting. The side deck, huh? Okay, Aaron's side deck is like a little bit more inclusive, but they're all one ofs. I want to look back at the deck comparison real quick. So, okay, they're both running virus as well. All right, so Joe is chosen to go second. Again, 3 configurations. Yeah, he's pitching 4. 2, 3, 4. He's gonna reshuffle that baby. Oh my gosh. Telling him he's really great at cutting. Yeah, that's a bummer. So Aaron getting rid of 3. So Joe starting second. Like, I mean, if he has a 4 cost weapon, that's fine. Or even a 5 cost, something that costs 5. Does he have any 5 cost weapons in his deck? Uh, yeah, he can. If he's got a Javelin of Faith, that's probably the best play because he's at 4, so he can reconfigure and then scrap heap into Javelin of Faith, and then he's at least presenting 5 damage on turn 2 plus 1 from main and secondary weapons. So it's 7 damage base on turn 2, and that's not including anything else that he may or may not pull. And he does have a reconfigure, an overcharge. I keep trying to peep and see if he's got it. So voiding right away for Aaron. He's gonna free scry. Makes sense. Gonna draw, or now he's gonna decode first instead of draw. That makes sense. Get your value and your information. Looks like he's not taking the Mark III Leviathan. Oh, he's setting. He's only got 1 weapon in hand. I think you take the weapon. What? Oh, he's putting it on bottom. Interesting. Huh. Okay. And that goes into the scrap. So he's got to deplete. Oh, okay, okay. So he's got deplete and disengage. So he's got the root kit in hand. He's got the deplete in hand, or virus from deplete. What's he? Okay, setting the 1. He's getting his value now. Interesting that he just leaves the 1 open. I guess he can bump 1 back. That's probably his thought, is you have 2 main weapons that are coming in. He does have the Mark III beam. Or not beam. Um, Jericho? No. Good night. Javelin of Faith. He does have that in hand. So I think that's probably the play, unless he's got an equipment card that he really wants to play. Which I guess he does. Okay. Root kitting scrap heap. So that's wild. Keeping root kit from happening. Or keeping scrap heap from happening with a root kit. So now puts Joe in a really awkward spot. Yep. He's gonna put the overcharge on. Yep. Oh, he's gonna draw for the weird. Okay. Yeah. Just laughing about the fact that we're still on turn 1 here, and even though neither of them attack, that what the heck? Sorry. Even though neither of them can attack, there's a lot of stuff that they can both do on turn 1. Okay, so he chooses to go with Leviathan, which is probably the play for now. I mean, next turn he's still gonna get the reconfigure unless we see another root kit. Which doesn't look like he has one. He's got another deplete for virus. And he sees an auxiliary weapon. He's got a Javelin of Faith as well. But like going in with Cal's ability here and being able to just play gadgets for free and then draw the cards off of this just like last game that he was playing, it just makes it such a value machine to filter through your deck. A lot of thinking for turn 2 when you're about to start attacking. He does have... Okay, so he blocks with a shield on the shield. Takes the 2 from Leviathan. Here comes the Javelin of Faith. Yep, here comes 3 more. And he's going to set a virus. Sorry, he's going to set a deplete so that he can eventually virus him. So, I don't know if he's going to use it now, but he may very well virus that the Mark III Leviathan. Yep, he's going to. Oh, he's going to deplete Aegis. So that way he can't use Overcharge. So at this point, you're just using a reconfigure to play whatever's in your scrap that you needed to play. Yep, or scrap heap, sorry. Yep. Colin's coming for 2. That goes to Void. Keep trying to catch a peek at what he's got. Okay, he's got Disengage. So he's sitting on Disengage. He can play it face down, but you might as well see what's going to happen first. Oh, he's going to Power Burst too. So down to 15 because Aaron's going to chip 1 with his shield, reducing that damage by 1 from 6 down to 5. Passes back over to Aaron. So we're kind of neck and neck here with Aaron having game 1 already in the bag. Joe started out a little better this time. He at least saw some equipment cards. Aaron disrupted him quite a bit by turning off Scrap Heap on the Nessa leader so that Joe couldn't reduce the cost of something out of his scrap. And he had already paid to put stuff in his scrap, so he got no value on turn 1 out of that because of Aaron's disruption. So declaring attack with Aegis, getting the decode. Looking at the top 2, he's got another overcharge, which, I mean, it's hard to pass up an overcharge. He's gonna take it. So sending 1, using Aegis to block it. Ooh, sorry, I keep yawning. It's been a long day. It was a long night last night. So playing down Scry's gadget, gets to play it for free with Cal, and then you get to look at the top 2, take 1 of those, and then you also just get to draw another card off of the Duskwolf core. So he gets to put 1 back on bottom. He could have put it on top if he wanted to have it. Then he's going to trigger the draw from playing a gadget. He gets his Mark IV Retribution. So next turn he can just go ahead and void that baby. So he does not want to overclock this turn because it's stuck in his hand. Yep, going overcharge on Jav. He's going to siphon 2. He's going to scrap. Here goes the siphon, gets the +2 damage. So 5 coming in. Down 10. Joe already used his damage negation on his shield this turn, so nothing else in play for Joe as far as having any damage reduction. So 2 more from Leviathan. Going Visor for a Mark 3. Up to 6. Aaron did tap out though. So, um, yeah, so no charge for Aaron. I guess he feels okay with what he's got in hand for the turn after this. Feels a bit risky to me because now Joe just can do whatever he wants. He's got no face down cards. He's still got that javelin in hand. I think this is probably the turn. Oh, he can't. He doesn't have any way to. He's just playing it straight. Yeah, because he doesn't have Lidless Orb out anymore. He played over it with. Yeah. So he's just going to take all 9. He doesn't even want to take the chip damage. So down to 4. So, yeah. Yeah, so there's 2 overcharge on the field. He can siphon back to back and then drop Retribution. That's what he wants to do. And Joe having a shield at 8 and 1 damage on the field, or one the shield in play to reduce damage by 1. Aaron's just running the numbers, trying to figure out how he gets that shield to 0, and then he can flip as soon as he gets shields to 0 from the damage resolution, or he can just do 3 damage up front and then drop Retribution to burst the rest of the shields and then deal the rest of the damage into life. Like, there's a couple ways you can sequence this. It just depends what else he has in hand. Does he have Quantum Blow on board? I feel like his Greaves are. Or his Gauntlets have Short Circuit, so he doesn't have it there. I don't think he does. He doesn't have Quantum Blow, which would actually be really helpful here, in my opinion. So they're both just kind of mapping out how this turn can play out, and then getting into turn after this, and whether or not Joe has the ability to take Aaron out on the next turn as well, if Aaron can't finish him here. The worry from both players here is that one makes the other overclock, and on the clapback they're gonna die. That's the worry. Uh, you get to a point where you either have to go for the kill, or you're pretty positive based on what's being presented on the field, and then thoughts on what could be in hand from other things you've seen throughout the game and the previous match, that there's a chance that Joe can lock something out or rootkit some of his stuff down. Like, they both know that they're playing basically every rootkit ability that or rootkit card that's in the game right now. So declaring javelin. So it's clear board other than chip from the shield. He's going to short circuit here. Interesting. Is he gonna siphon? Hmm. Yeah, he did. So he's doing it now. Yep. Okay. Yeah, so 5 coming in. Blocks 1, takes 4. It's down to 4 shield. He's gotten rid of so many of the Leviathans, though. Yep, so he's gonna draw 1. So he gets the draw, he depletes it, then he activates the trigger on Duskwolf to draw again. And a piece of equipment, yeah, yeah. Looks like he's got a shield drone in hand too. Yeah, he does. So he does have a weapon upgrade. Couple, it looks like. The one I think is an auxiliary weapon, which doesn't really help him here. But I think the weapon has to come down this turn. I don't know what he's. Oh, okay. I thought he was trying to bait something out, but I don't think there's really anything to bait out here. Like Joe just has no core charge. I mean, honestly, if Aaron takes the chance here and does another overcharge, there's a chance Joe just kills him next turn if he's not careful. Which is why Aaron is trying to really think through what's going on here, because okay, he's just coming in for a flat 1. Interesting. Puts him at 3 shield. I mean, you can't play the weapon here now. You just can't. Because if you play the weapon down on top of the Leviathan Mark 1 and swing through, even if even if you play a weapon and overwhelm and then shockwave through it, you're dead next turn. Based on what's on the field and Joe's ability to go get a Mark 4. I guess we'll see what he does though. Maybe he sees a line that I don't. Okay, he's gonna shield drone to pay the 1 for regen 2. So regenerating with the revisor. Interesting. This isn't something I've seen Aaron do at all. Hmm. Sending it over with Leviathan up because he knows that overcharge is sitting on the shield. So he doesn't want to overclock him obviously. He doesn't want to do 1 damage to allow Joe to self overclock, which is what Joe was hoping for. So Aaron's holding on to he's holding on to that. So he's got 6 shield, but the only thing he can do is reduce 1 damage with the Aegis. He doesn't have anything else available that has counterattacks. He has nothing face down. Like, it's a pretty straight up turn for Joe as far as like figuring out what can and can't happen here. Um, Joe also has no 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 in hand, so he can lock something out. Just laughing about how they've both had to like completely change what they're trying to do strategy wise to just make it through this game too. I'm trying to see what's in Joe's hand. Like, there is a chance here that I don't know, he's got to play the lockout face down and leave charge available. So he also needs a root kit on field. He needs a root kit and a lockout. That way, even if he does damage to Aaron, Aaron can't self siphon because you just turn off siphon. It's the same thing that happened to Tony, might happen to Joe. So, like father, like son, which is pretty funny actually. Oh, going dual Leviathans. So getting rid of shield. So no more base damage reduction for Joe. So swinging power burst 2. So he's going in for 6. He's going to chip 1. Yep. Yep. Yeah, so they're talking about just it being a misplay. That yeah. I mean, it's not really. I don't think there was anything else he could do here. Because he could siphon and overcharge. He can still do it. So like Joe's concerned that he just misplayed and threw the game. Um, I don't know that there's a ton else he could have done here. And he doesn't have any weapons to get rid of with overcharge, so it makes it not nearly as good. If he had a weapon to get rid of, I would definitely say that the play would have been to swing with Tiamat, or not Tiamat, swing with Leviathan and activate overcharge so that he could self siphon. But he needed 2 of them and weapon cards in hand to get rid of to get charge back up. So like woulda, coulda, shoulda, right? Like having overcharge down, he's got 1. It's under the Leviathan in the secondary slot, and it looks like he's got a deplete. Yeah, he's got deplete and um, no, no, no in hand. Which actually, those are the 2 things that he needed, or not deplete. He's got no, 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 which has lockout, which he needs. Absolutely needs to be able to play. And then he's got disengage with rootkit. And those are the 2 things that he needs actually to not die next turn. And sadly, he used the charge on power burst and playing the Leviathan axe. Because like if he could have played both of those, one in the helmet, one in the visor slot, one in the greaves, um, Aaron can't then self siphon and then he can't self overclock and then go get overclock or go get retribution, which I know he has in his hand, or I can't remember if he has in his hand or if he already voided it. But either way, it's going into the void here in a second. Like you're about to see it happen. And Joe has nothing. So like yeah, Joe's down to 1 shield. Like this is game. There's there's no recourse that Joe has. He has no shields in play. He has no Aegis or anything. Um, I don't see Retribution in hand for Aaron, so that means definitely in it's definitely in his void. Yeah, it doesn't really matter what happens here for. Like, unless Aaron, like, super misplays here, I guess. It's always a potential that somebody does that under the pressure, but Aaron's pretty methodical with the way that he sequences everything and the way he runs the numbers in his head. Yeah. Yeah, so he's gonna play the Shard of Umbra. Pay the 1, set another overcharge. Yep, yep. So he's activating Shockwave Power Burst 1. hmm Yeah, so that is game. So, yeah, like, he went about it a different way, but he definitely could have just siphoned down, dealt the damage, and then swung with one other card, and then played Retribution when he overclocked. Like, Aaron didn't even overclock in this match, just because of the way that he was constantly playing control back and forth. Um, that was one of the more interesting and weird matchups to see happen for sure. So Aaron takes it. Um, we will kind of interview him again here, just talk about the matchup real quick once we get a chance. But I'm going to show you, I think, yeah, again, Joe's only chance was keeping attacks from happening that were on the field, and then potentially shutting off keywords. He had both the cards in hand. He just decided to try to go for the win because he mismathed um, the Aegis on field and didn't realize that the -1 damage reduction was coming in. So it kind of is what it is. So we're gonna wrap up. We've got I think 6 minutes. Yeah, we got like 6 minutes left on the base round timer. So we'll try to get interview real quick with Aaron, talk to him about the match they just had, and then we're gonna move into top four. So we'll have two more rounds after this before we declare a winner and hand out some cool stuff and show stuff off. So we'll be right back.
fresh off another win. A bit more tense this time. Tell me about that round 2 matchup. That was real weird. The game 2.
Yeah, I felt like based on how he was pitching, I felt that I could have a chance to try the control side of the deck.
Yeah.
That was the main thought. It was,
Yeah.
I would see if I can gum him up a little bit, make it so that his numbers as he was playing out next turn he
Yep.
wouldn't get much defensive option, and that would just kind of
Yeah,
end up being like a shift.
the root kit off the rip on Nessa
That
for
was
Scrap Heap. I was like, the man has gone dirty.
it's
And then you just kept in that lane.
yes,
And I thought, okay,
yeah,
we're just doing the other part of the deck
that's
way
yes.
more now.
Yep.
Did you just feel like that was the route you had to take to get to the end goal of being, like, winning that?
I didn't. No, I
No?
whenever I had it in my hands, my starting hand, I had a Greaves and a Helmet Mark III that I
Okay.
could have played
Yeah.
reasonably on it. I think because I played that deck now 3 times on
Yeah.
a number of rounds,
Yeah, yeah.
I've seen what it's really needing to do, and I see where they're trying to kind of hold the really good tech in their hand, and
Yeah.
I want to try to punish that for one turn.
Okay. I thought, well, maybe he's doing it just so that he can prevent the escalation of equipment on the core charge.
Yeah.
Because he's afraid maybe he has the Mark IV in hand to drop on turn 2.
Yeah.
That was my thought process on why you did it.
I
And
can see
was
it.
like,
I would say if he ended up drawing that second Mark III, that was a bad move, an objectively bad move. What
Yeah,
I did.
yeah, yeah.
So I rolled the
it was
dice.
definitely risky. It was risky.
But-
and then you regenerated more than I've ever seen you do the whole tournament, by the way.
It was weird. I never ever want to use shield regen,
Yeah.
shield drone for just a regen,
Yeah.
but
Okay. Interesting. Well,
it was weird.
I mean, it worked. So
worked.
hard to complain with the win. That is the end of round play for Swiss. So that puts you at what, 4-0?
I think 4-0.
4-0. So going in, number 1 seed into top 4 cut.
Now's the time to
So
scrub out.
2 more rounds to make the dream a reality. So
Cal's doing it. I think if
Cal's
nothing
doing
else, I
it.
think we've shown that Cal can do
yeah,
something.
the lightweights came out to play today.
They did.
Uh,
Lightweight, man.
Yeah,
Sticking it.
I know. All this talk about heavyweights are the way to go and lightweights are the worst in the entire game. And kind of proved that wrong, I guess.
I think it's time for heavyweights to start using charge.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting change that we'll see, especially going into Gen Con, I think.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are going to see what's happened today
Mhm.
with all the overcharge, all the root kit,
Mhm.
and we're going to get a bunch of heavyweight control is what's going to happen. So, be an interesting shift.
You gonna let virus stick around that long?
I'm not touching virus anytime soon. So
Hey, there we go. All right.
there's only one card with virus on it in the game. So if you see all 3 of them, so be
Good
it.
stuff happens.
So be it. Like there are worse things in life, I guess.
But
Not for me. It's pretty bad.
Not for me. Yeah, I'll honestly, what this is running right now,
Yeah.
I'm overthinking what the opponent is going to virus me on. The virus has infected me as much as
You're so worried about the virus, you're playing around the virus just in case.
at least keeping it in the numbers game
Yeah,
for
yeah,
sure,
yeah.
100%.
Yeah. I try
It's
not
scary.
to think about it too much. I'm like, there's only 3 in the deck. I'm
Yeah.
way more worried about lockout than I am virus.
Really,
Uh-huh.
you're concerned
Yeah.
that it will throw off your game plan completely in a given turn, or what are you thinking on that?
Yeah, because a lot of times you can set 2 lockouts,
Yeah.
and even if you're running dual one-handers,
Mhm.
you're negating my entire turn.
Mhm.
And then I'm just so off pace
Mhm.
on even if I'm running aggro. If I'm not running aggro, it's even worse.
Counter thought: if I end up virusing both of your attacks, then now you're down for 4 turns
Sure.
potential, or 2 turns,
Sure.
4 attacks.
But also, it depends what I have in my hand, right? I
It
mean,
is true.
There's times where watching the game between you guys, all Joe needed to do was play a lockout and a root kit in 2 different slots.
It's
and
true.
He had the
It's true.
ability to do so, and just chose not to.
Yes.
And had he done it, could have effectively swung the game in his favor, in my opinion.
Could have. I
That,
think
along with not remembering any of his shield
that
reductions
I-
on every single one of his turns.
I was really tempted to be like, hey, just remember it.
Yep.
Got to give the pass that
Yeah,
time
yeah,
at
yeah,
least.
No, I totally get it.
I did try to say, okay, so you're taking it at least.
Yep.
Try to give
Gave
the
him
moment.
the opportunity. So yeah, we'll get everything around, and we'll move into top 4. We'll kind of show off the pairings a little bit, and then get everything going for everybody. So stick around, and we'll be back with more. Aaron will be at the top table, so you get to see a little bit more Cal, at least one more round, right?
At least one more.
At least one more round. So, all right,
We'll see what
catch
happens.
y'all in a little bit.
All right, so uh, I'm back for the most part. We are putting together the top four top cut, and by putting together, I think we're waiting on actually like one more match. Are we really? Let's see. Yeah, we do. We have one table still going, I guess. I think they're in overtime right now. Um, yeah, I'm probably not gonna touch virus. We'll see. We'll see how bad it gets, or whether or not it really needs it. Standings wise, it looks like we're gonna have three Nessas and one Cal in top four, which is funny. It's very funny. So we're gonna clear that. We're just kind of going through and getting everything ready for what I think is about to happen. Um, do you guys like the interviews? That I haven't seen a ton of chatter on Twitch or anything yet. So, Maz, I see you out there. I'm not saying you're not there. Um, we're gonna make another announcement here before we go into top four, so people can watch the last two matches at the very least, if they haven't been watching already. Um, yeah, it's gonna be, huh? Well, what the heck? Yeah, looking at the points totals, because he beat him, which puts him there. Yeah, it's gonna be one Cal, three Nessas. So we're gonna have a Cal on Nessa and then a Nessa mirror. That'll be fun to watch. A dual Nessa mirror. Interesting. All right. We're gonna get this set up and then we'll be right back to hop into top four cut. We'll see you here in a few. Okay, quick update. Everybody is starving. It's like almost 6 o'clock local here. We're gonna take like a 10-minute break here so they can eat something real quick, stuff they brought, and then we'll go right into it. Looks like we've got an update on the top 4. Yep, I see it. Okay, so we'll get into it here real soon. I'll make an announcement in the Discord server as well, but we should be back here in like 10 to 15 minutes max. I am going to put a timer on, so we should start promptly by 6 o'clock. So we'll be right back. Okay, it took everybody a little longer to eat than I kind of wanted here, but it is what it is. We are about to move into top four. So I'm gonna double check, make sure I didn't mess anything up here. Um, yep. Get the deck list, copy, do the thing, import that. So this first matchup is gonna be Nessa on Cal. I kind of want to show the Nessa on Nessa. I'm not gonna lie. Kind of want to show that. Okay. I'm gonna make a quick announcement in the Discord. Dun, 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 dun. We are about to start top four here in Houston. Who's out there in the chat? Anybody hanging out? Or is everybody just like listening in the background? I'm playing a game of my own while listening. Look at that. Hell yeah. You know what would be awesome if I could like properly share the stream? That'd be sweet. So cool. Be really, really great. Oh my gosh. Dun 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 dun. Do this. Do this. Okay. I will be right back. We're going to make sure that we've got everything set up in the room, or we're getting everybody set up, and then we're going to jump right into top four. We got a 65-minute round timer for the best of three that's going to be happening here, and then what's happening here? Oh, I see. I see. Okay, so yeah, we got 65-minute round timer, and then that's weird. And then get through this one, and then we'll have the championship match after this first round here. So be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Looks like we got some more people in here. Excited to see what these last two rounds bring and who's going to bring it home. We've actually got a rematch of Aaron and Joe, which is actually pretty wild. Joe actually came in fourth, so we have a 1-4 matchup. Um, it'd be interesting to see how Joe tackles this now that they both have a really good understanding of each other's decks. So we are starting round. All right, we're cutting decks. I'm breathing into the mic heavily like a weirdo. Here we go. We're getting started on the first round of Top Cut. We're going odd and evens. Ooh, Joe is going second. Let's see what the card draw looks like here. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. That's fine. He discarded 4 for the mulligan. Okay, he's got 2 pieces of equipment. That looks better. We're looking better. He probably feels pretty good about this. Much better than he did the first round, which was literally just last round. So I have no idea what they're talking about right now. They're looking at something and laughing about it. So looks like we've got deplete in the opening hand for Joe. Dun, 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 bang. So he's got a virus on tap, and then he's got 2 pieces of equipment. So depending on what we see here, we got a retribution, a no, 2 no-nos for Aaron, no equipment in hand, and a Mark III weapon. No equipment still. He's going to get a dual draw on Scry, though. That's going to be his opening play. Yep. Yep. Should probably have charge, he says. Yeah, there's the equipment he needs. Bottom deck, the Mark II weapon. He's going to get the extra draw off the... Ooh, he didn't take it. Okay. So he on-revealed and gadgeted. I mean, he didn't use any charge, though. He should be at 2. It's not a huge deal, but, like... Hang on a second. Oh, he played the first one for free on Cal. Yep, Joe's got something cooking now. He can actually play the deck, it looks like. Yep. Turn 1 reconfig. He's going to get the Griffin Visor out. So, it's pretty important to see a Mark III. And this is the one he saw, which is the Regen 1 system reboot. So he's going to play that for 3 instead of 4. Yep, so he goes up to 5 on his max core charge. And then, yep, he's going to set the 1 for later. Good use of core charge there on his end. passing over to Aaron. He's going to reset everything, get his charge. And then, man, now he's got some weapons. Now it's whether or not he has overcharge. It doesn't look like he has it in his hand. And that's kind of what feeds most of what he's trying to do other than playing a gadget for free and drawing. So for those of you who haven't watched the match before, Aaron is playing Cal Bastion. Cal gets to reduce the cost of gadgets you play by 1. So any of those 1 cost gadgets are just free. So just dealing 1 damage for the decoding, it looks like, to Joe. Yep, so he's playing No 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 for free as a gadget to get the draw. And then he gets an extra draw on the core once per turn. So now he's going to put overcharge, flip it. For those of you who don't know what overcharge does, you're about to see. So here's overcharge. Costs him 1 to play, and then 1 to do the on attack that he's going to do. And he's going to pitch a Mark III and get 2 charge back. Yep. So he gets the on scrap back from that Mark III. Boy howdy, why can't I think of names right now? From the Mark III, where's it at? Leviathan. So since it's got on scrap at the bottom, overcharge actually activates that. hmm He's all the way back up. Yeah, so now Aaron's kind of got what he wants. He can get rid of the draw configures that he's using to build his hand up, and he's actually going into like actually playing his turn now, so he can start building more charge for next turn. So dropping out the Mark III Ryu. Oh man, I missed how much damage he did on that last one. I think he did 4. I'll have to pay attention to what he actually says. They're supposed to call out how much damage they're doing and what their totals are and stuff, so. Over to Joe. This is his first turn he's able to attack. He doesn't have an overcharge on board yet either. It is funny, like these decks do kind of the same thing, but in slightly different ways. Joe's is much more aggro. He's trying to get to 6 charge on turn 2 and find either his Mark IV weapon or Mark IV equipment. So, taking the Mark II Greaves for Ryu. So we've got 2 more equipment cards in hand, 2 weapons. So no overcharges, nothing to set for root kits, nothing to set for deplete, nothing to set for lockouts, which means the card that's face down over on the Greaves is the original deplete with a virus on it from turn 1. So he's just going to hold on to that until he needs to get rid of an attack for 2 turns, basically. Okay, yep. So opting to tap out on core charge. Yep. So 2 attacks coming in, they're shortcutting because there's nothing defensively that Aaron wants to do. 1 damage is coming off from the Aegis Mark 1 shield. So instead of 4 damage from the 2 It's just 3 damage, down to 17. And opening turn, as a response at the end step, he is depleting the Greaves so that he can't activate whatever's underneath that next turn. It's not a huge deal for Joe. He doesn't really care that that's being depleted for the next turn. I mean, there's not a ton that's going to affect. He doesn't need to reveal that deplete till later on in the game anyway. It is going to be an interesting situation though. Like he's got, well, Aaron has looks like 2 different auxiliary weapons in hand. It's just how fast he wants to push damage. He's already at what, 4, 5, 6, 7 core charge right now. So like usually you're wanting to hold on to the Mark III weapons that he uses for overcharge to get rid of for scrap and get 2 charge back like every single turn that he's playing. That's just how the deck plays. It's how it has to play. He uses decoding on the shield. He was using decoding on the shield. Yep, that's what he's doing here. So he's going to pay the 1 for that. So there's 1 coming right now on the stack from on attacks. Joe doesn't have anything he can respond with. He has no charge up. He has nothing face down he can activate for free either. So he's taking disengage, which is a nice card to have later on. He doesn't really care about it, right? Or not disengage. He has infest. So he took infest, so he has rootkit later on down the road. So also activating quantum blow. 2 coming in. So he's going to block 1. He's going down to 14, so I missed 1 damage earlier. So 2 is coming in. He used his shield, just like Aaron's doing. Chip 1 damage off, and only took 1. He was at 15, now he's down to 14. So we still got 1 coming in. Aaron can choose to wait or play an auxiliary here. He's going to wait, declare the attack, and that's really loud out there. And then he's going to activate Overcharge's ability so that he can get rid of probably a Mark III. Yep, getting rid of another auxiliary weapon for the Mark III to get the on scrap plus 2 charge back. Siphons himself, drops down to 15. So not only does he have the quantum blow, but now he has siphon plus 2 on there. So sending 5 in. Down to 9 for Joe. I was just reminding them to call out how much shield they have because it's almost impossible for me to read the die. Say he waited. There still is the plus 2. It's down to 5 because he's doing 4 more 3 base plus 1 on quantum blow. So just like that, that's how explosive Aaron's deck can be. The first 2 turns are almost always set up for him. And then he usually kind of, depending on what he draws and what the opponent's playing, he can kind of go into either offensive or defensive mode. He can turtle pretty hard as well. Yep. It's going to set 1 more. So going to 0 charge and passing to Joe. So Joe's got an open board with 8. I'm going to reset. Draw for turn. I don't know if he wants to void here. He's probably going to void here. Wow, he voided an auxiliary weapon. I would not have done that, but he needs that extra attack right now, in my opinion. But also, that was an expensive Mark III, so he's got a little bit of a chance that he can kind of catch up here damage-wise. Aaron does have a face-down card, which is probably a rootkit. He's probably going to hold it until he tries to go for the win. It's typically what he does with that, or he'll replace the other face-up configuration he has in the visor slot, and then kind of go as a like a back-to-back with either a lockout and a root kit or dual root kits. As a defender, you can kind of just dual root kit people at will, unless they have a way to like shut down another slot or something. There's an interesting way you can kind of sequence it and get around it, but we'll see what happens. Oh, so he's decoding too. Took one. Now he's got an overcharge, which he wanted to see. Yeah, that's why Joe smiled. It is an interesting choice. I thought one of them would play the Pegasus gauntlets. No, never mind. That's not what I was thinking. I'm just surprised that they're both using Duskwolf gauntlets. Yeah, like they're both running these Mark III Duskwolf gauntlets for the Quantum Blow, which is probably a smart idea, but we'll see. So debating on whether or not he reconfigures here, not really a good idea, I think. Yep, dropping out the auxiliary weapon. He's gonna pay one to put or overcharge on it. So swinging. Ooh, okay. Joe's gonna tap out, siphon himself. Scrapping Leviathan to go up to 2. So down to 3 shield from the siphon. Then he's gonna push 2 extra damage into that Mark III Javelin of Faith. He's gonna pay an extra 1 to Quantum Blow everything as well. So now he's at 5, 6, 7, 8 damage from that auxiliary weapon. So he's presenting 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12 total? Yep, so he takes the full 8 here. Drops down to 7 shield. I wonder if he just lets this all go through so that he can dual overcharge and then overclock himself. We'll see what he decides to do, but I think there's a good chance that's what happens here. Like, damage is great sometimes. There's other times where you need to kind of hold back and read what's on your opponent's field. So playing a face down, interesting. Leaving it unrevealed. So presenting 2 here. He's going to chip 1. So he's just going to take 1, drop down to 6 shield. And then he's coming in for 2 more. Drops down to 4. So both of them choosing to tap out here back-to-back turns. We'll see if Aaron presents as much damage as Joe just did. So the question is, they're both really far up there in charge. Avoiding 1, drawing another one. Oh, he sees a deplete. So now he's got the ability to essentially shut down that auxiliary slot. So Joe's not using that one next turn. There's just no chance. He's got enough charge on Aaron's side that you just do the thing. That is really, really loud out there. Holy smokes. Yeah, so he was going to scry because he gets to do it for free. Does deplete the slot. Gets to look at one. Ah, man, I couldn't see what he kept. And then he also gets the gadget trigger to draw one extra. So now he's got an overcharge. He's got a maintenance hanger. So yeah, that's. I don't really see a way out of this for Joe. Granted, I don't know what he's got face down, but that's a rough one to come back from with maintenance hanger in hand. Like you almost want to like overclock yourself and then immediately just go into maintenance hanger. He's got another overcharge, so it's not even a problem. You're probably just overcharging your javelin here, and then just back to back, and then when you go to swing with your second weapon, you can overcharge and then go get your big Mark IV, which in his case is Retribution. So you can pop the shields and then overcharge or bring Retribution down for 5 damage to life. Yeah, I mean, there's a potential he actually kills Joe here because he's tapped out. He's just trying to math out whether or not he can get there. I think he can, though. Yeah. 2. Yeah, so overcharging to scrap that. He's going to siphon 2. So this gets him to the 4, and then Joe can reduce it by 1. There's no point, so no shockwave coming in. Yep, you just let it go. So Joe lets the shields go. So Joe's trying to figure out whether or not he wants to overclock here. He doesn't see any point. I pretty much agree. Yep, okay, he went down to 2. Yep, there's the overcharge on that. Is exactly what I thought was going to happen. Pretty sure he can go for game here. Yep, pulls 2 more out. Self-overclock time. Here it is going for the kill. Yep. So now he's at 0. So he's going to overclock. Yep. Playing Retribution down. So he's using the deal 5 damage to an opponent. Yep. So he's using the overclocked. He's using the overclocked Duskwolf core. Oh, there it goes. So it says activate an on play, non-on play, non-on reveal on a gadget you control, even if the slot is depleted. Reduces cost by 1 to a minimum of 1. May only be activated when its timing restriction would allow. So he deals the 5 damage there. Even if Joe chips, it doesn't matter. He's got enough damage coming in from Power Burst Siphon on the Javelin of Faith. So game 1 goes to Aaron. Bit of a different end than the last round where Aaron just like struggle busted out with full control. So I'm gonna reset everything here. They're gonna get ready for match number 2. So that was much closer. They both decided to go for a foot race on that one. joking around saying Aaron hasn't lost a match yet this tournament. And Joe said, someone's got to take a game off of you, right? And then Aaron responded with, no, no one has to. It'd be great if they didn't. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the change is going to be from deck building from folks. So, like, on Cal being able to just play out a gadget card, of which, let's see, how many does he have? Um, so Aaron's is on the left. Does it give me the type? I guess it doesn't say gadget. We can go in and look. Let's look at his actual deck instead of just the deck comparison. So he's got 3 Scry. I think he's got 3 of all of them. And plus Retribution. So he's got 3 Scries, 3 of the no no no? No, yeah, he's got 3 no no nos, 3 Scries. Um, what else does he have? He's got a lot of configurations in this thing, man. Oh, 3 chip malfunctions. So he's got 9 targets plus Retribution to hit for the free draws. So fairly consistent on playing a card out for free, getting a draw, activating the core on Duskwolf to also just get a free reactive draw as well. I don't know. I just don't know how people are going to handle dealing with that much draw power. Like, you almost have to be able to out control this portion of control with what Aaron's trying to do here. All the root kits and depletes and lockouts, and even this time, like, there wasn't a lot of that happening, but you need to be able to shut down like the siphons because that's what he needs to get to. He's trying to siphon and then actually get himself down within the range to overclock. So just talking about how much fun they're having. They're saying the community is great. All nice things. Everyone's been helping each other today to the extent of what you would hope people would do without trying to snake people or rule shark people or trick them into doing things that they don't really need to be doing. So it's been a great experience here for everybody, I think. Looks like Aaron's going first, so Joe chose to go second. Joe mulliganing 3. Aaron went for 4. The big thing that I want is like a hand cam. See if Joe can take one here. I think I think if Joe can get off to a slightly faster start, like if he hits an overcharge and 2 Mark 3s and the equipment, I think he's pretty much set and good to go. He said maybe we should just reverse decks and see what happens. That'd be funny. Alright, so here we go. Aaron will be going first. Aaron's got 3 equipment off the rip. Looks like a disengage and a no no no. Avoiding and drawing, dropping, yep. Dual draw from the trigger on Duskwolf and Cal. Okay. Yeah, Aaron's in a good spot already. Okay, over to Joe. That's pretty much the perfect setup that Aaron wants and usually sees. The deck is just very consistent in what it does. No void from Joe. So off the rip, reconfigure. Greaves and an orb. No disruption. So looks like we're scrap heaping, playing the Greaves for free. We're gonna move the weapon card to the void. He didn't move it. I'll tell him. Judge calls while I'm commentating, while I'm handling the stream. Let's go. Yeah, no swings on turn one. They do so much on turn one, it's hard to like remember that they can't attack on this turn. Yeah, we're good. So again, like Joe's pretty much set up too. So this will be interesting to see what this looks like with both of them kind of hitting the hands that they want to see right off the rip. This hasn't happened in the last match they played, and it didn't happen last turn. Like Joe hit some stuff that he wanted, so he's gonna virus Leviathan off the rip, so he can't attach anything to it and get more value. So upgrade protocol, paying one for that. Gonna go look for an equipment card. See if he whiffs. Got one. So Mark 3. Yeah, so again, they both run this. It's just the Mark 3 Dustswift gauntlets. One for Quantum Blow 1, you're essentially getting +3 damage for one if you've got 3 different weapons out. So moving into turn 2 on Aaron as first player. He's going to be able to attack this turn. All he has is his shield though. Yep, Joe's trying to slow him down. So voiding one, drawing another one. Ooh. So we haven't seen this come down. I haven't even seen anybody play this yet today, the memory wipe. Probably one of the better cards in my opinion for the firewall. We'll see if it comes into play here or not. I can't tell if he's got a gadget in hand. If he does, it's almost guaranteed to come down on that visor slot. I know he's got the overcharge. He might have 2 overcharge in hand. If he can get 2 online on turn 2, it's pretty big for him. It looks like he wants to. What? Oh, he's just attacking, declaring decoding 2. So he's going to look at top 2 and then decide whether or not... Okay, so he kept a Mark 3 weapon. So he's going to use that for overcharge fodder later. That's like all the weapons are for the most part, in Aaron's deck. So activating the Griffin gauntlets to apply short circuit during the attack. So if you don't know, short circuit is a damage over time effect. At the end of the opponent's turn, if they have that little orange token that's a short circuit token, then they're going to take 2 damage every turn unless they can clear it with system reboot. So yeah, he swung with Aegis, chipped with Aegis, so 0 shield. Just laughing because Joe said he finally sequenced something right. He's like, I finally did the thing that I wanted to do, and I did it right. So back up to 4 charge. 1 equipment hand. He's got a disengage and a overcharge. Wow, that is a weird thing to do. Huh. Okay. Are we gonna reconfigure? Don't do it. He's gonna reconfigure into the replacing the shield. Yep. He thought he liked it, but it's fine. So opting not to... Huh. Interesting. Didn't reconfigure to reduce the cost. So activating overcharge, he gets a draw. Yep. Okay. So he gets to scrap that Mark III that he just drew. Go back up 2. Siphons 2 shield down, adds that to the damage coming in. So it'll bump that up to 3 coming in. So little itty bitty Aegis. He's gonna. He put the wrong card down. He's gonna let him roll it back. So rolling back, picking right back up. That was nice of Aaron. So still resolving Aegis. So just 3 coming in. Looks like Aaron is just gonna. Okay, he is gonna chip the damage off with the shield. So he goes down to 18 shield. So now he's gonna scrap heap Leviathan into play. So he's gonna root kit scrap heap. Yeah, so Aaron revealing disengage. Boop. So revealing disengage to rootkit Nessa's scrap heap on her card. So since scrap heap is a keyword, disengage gets to hit that before he moves into resolution. So he announces he's activating it, and then Aaron announces he's revealing disengage, activates on reveal rootkit to interrupt that, and it just never happens. So instead, okay, interesting. That's what you're okay. So doing another doing another overcharge on the other weapon. He's gonna siphon on that again. Gets the scrap back. So down to 16 shield. This is an interesting way to go about this. Both of them have overcharges just loaded up. So down to 15 for Aaron with the bonus damage coming in. And the question is, was it really worth it to scrap that card and get the 2 core charge back? Because all that's on board right now for him is Overshield 3 that costs 2. So do you keep that up? Do you let it go? Do you play another card face down and just leave yourself at 1? It's just an interesting choice. He's got a disengage in hand, so he can rootkit something that Aaron does. Aaron does have an overcharge in hand, I believe. So Joe opting to just pass here with 2 up. Aaron noting, oh yeah, end of turn, upkeep, good call. Takes 2 damage. He can chip 1 off. Oh, he's not going to. Okay, no, he does chip it. So shields are at 15 for Joe. 2 charge up. He does have, again, we have Overshield 3 available. It's whether or not Aaron has anything in hand that he can just rootkit that off. It doesn't look like he does. He's got 2 maintenance hangers. He's going to get rid of one of those. Draws into a shield drone. Not what he wants to see. You can tell by the look on his face right now. So he's got a shield drone, a memory wipe, and a maintenance hanger in hand. And then one configuration, which is overcharge, which he wants to see. But he also has no equipment in hand, and he has no weapon fodder for overcharge. So he's not recycling any kind of charge here right now. That's why he's attacking first for decoding. He's desperately searching for a Mark III weapon that he can use for overcharge fodder. But now he's in a pickle because he also sees an overwhelm. And he's trying to decide whether or not he needs the overwhelm for shockwave later. It's like you're hoping you see one of those 2 things, not both of those things, so that you have to make a decision between them. So he's gonna take overwhelm, it looks like. No, maybe not. As he's laughing, trying to figure out what choice he needs to make here. Said every turn feels like the choice matters more and more here. So he's not taking overwhelm. Now he's trying to decide whether or not he puts it top or bottom. He puts it on the bottom. Interesting. Joe going into Deadpool mode saying, remember this moment in this match. So down to 14, 1 comes through. Okay, so he's going to chip instead of holding onto it. So he takes no damage from that. He uses the chip on the shield for the damage reduction this turn. And now Aaron has so many cards in hand, but like honestly, not many of these are anything that he needs right now. Like he's obviously putting the overcharge down for the axe. Like that's the call, and it's just whether or not he actually has a weapon. So on attack goes into the flux. He's already paid. He's going to draw the card. He's then going to pick a card to get rid of, which now he's got multiple Mark III, so he just has to decide which one he doesn't want and which one he'd rather get the charge back from. It looks like he's going to get rid of the Shard of Umbra, which is interesting because last time that's what he decided to keep. It does have Quantum Blow on it, but he also has it on the gauntlets right now, so it's not a huge deal. Which is probably why he's getting rid of it. Yeah, attack coming through. Sorry. It's just so funny. Yep. Coming in for the +2 off the siphon. Drops him down to 13 shield. So 4 coming in. So Joe does the counterattack on the visor, pays the 2. He's only going to take 1 damage out of all that. So 2 attacks coming in. Shield gets rid of 1 of those damage. Other attack he reduces by 3, so drops it down to just 1 damage. Yep, here comes the maintenance hanger. Yep, 13 back up to 17. It's going to pay 1 to regen 2, back up to 19. Yeah, so Aaron's got no charge left. Joe's still at 14 shield. They're not that far apart, but it definitely feels bad after all that siphoning. Yeah. Going back up to 6. Dun, dun, dun. I'm trying to see what's in his hand. It looks like he's got another Leviathan. So he's going to scrap heap, play the Leviathan, void his cards, paying 2 for that instead of 3. I still think he made a bad play earlier when he got rid of all of his auxiliary weapons. Hmm. I think Joe probably just swings with the 1 Leviathan and does the overcharge to draw 1, scrap 1, and sees what he gets off that draw. It's probably the sequence here. I don't think you play the other one. Okay. He's going to play the other one right off the rip. We'll see what happens. He really needs to draw into another weapon if this is what... He's taking a risk here. It's much safer to have just swung with the other one, paid the 1. Yeah. Yeah, this is one of those game-defining things, and he didn't draw a weapon. Yep. So that's why, sequencing-wise, should have done the other one first and got the information before. Yeah. Yep. Just clarifying that he does have to discard, aka make it, put it in scrap. Um. So it goes in. He's still gonna have to do the siphon 2 as well, so he's gonna drop down to 12 shield. He does get to boost the damage by 2. Yep. So he drops. I mean, that might have lost him the game, to be honest. So now he's at no core charge. So 6 coming in. So base 4 plus the 2. So he drops down to 13 on Aaron's side for shield. Yeah, so Leviathan's base 4, Siphon 2 comes through off of Overcharge, giving him the +2. He didn't see the weapon he needed to see so that he could scrap it and get the core charge back. So had he done that and actually seen a weapon, he would have been at, +2 charge, and it opens up some more possibilities for him. But what's up, Danny? Danny in the chat, my buddy back home. Good to see you, my friend. Yep. He's gonna chip 1, take 3, go down to 10. So now we're at 10 to 12 shield. They both tapped out. Aegis already done its thing. Takes 2 end of turn from the beautiful short circuit. We'll see what happens here. Not a lot of cards in hand for Joe. Aaron's got quite a bit of charge now on this reset. He also has the ability to draw a card just flat out off of the maintenance hanger that he has on board now. If he's got another gadget in hand, he can also just draw 2 off of that. Doesn't look like he does. I can't tell what he's voiding. He was gonna do the memory wipe. Instead, he does the shield drone and gets an auxiliary weapon, which he actually probably needed to see if he wants to keep up the pressure here. Running the numbers on math here. Aaron really does not want to go to a game 3. Just FYI. He hasn't dropped a match yet this tournament. He's been pretty close a couple times within like a turn. Um, but he's pulled it out each time, so we'll see what happens here. But he's got overcharge on the field, so if he really needs to, he can get rid of a Mark III and gain 2 charge back. But it may be more worth it for him to play a Mark II auxiliary weapon and then swing with something else and dip a Mark III out and just get the core charge back, because I think the one he's playing in his deck is the 2-cost Javelin. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, so he's playing the 2-cost Javelin. So effectively, if he plays that out for 2, he just gets a free swing on it by getting rid of a Mark III a Mark III weapon that he has in his hand. And I know he has a Mark III auxiliary weapon, so it's literally a free play to get an attack for 3 damage. And you get a draw off of it, and it pluses 2 damage, so it's really a free 5 damage in his deck. Okay, so playing down the gauntlets. What's he gonna do? Is he gonna do the thing? Wait, where would the draw come from? Kind of new. So failed. He has a card called Overcharge on the Leviathan. Looks like he's gonna play another Leviathan over the top. Okay, so then he has Overcharge. So this card lets you activate that on attack by paying the 1, and then you get to scrap something from hand. So he has a Mark III weapon. The Mark III weapons all have an on a scrap effect at the bottom that says gain +2 current charge. So Overcharge lets you scrap a card from hand, and then it triggers the on scrap effect on that card from hand, so you get the 2 back. So you're playing a free card out, basically, for 5 damage, because it's a base 3 damage plus the 2 from Siphon that you also have to do for it. So right now he's got the Mark III Leviathan on the field, which presents quite a bit of damage for a one-hander just off the bat. So the base 4, yeah, overcharge is very good. I think we're kind of showcasing that here today. So now he's playing the Javelin. Now the Javelin. So just adjusting their shield values. No, I didn't hear him call their shield value out, so I was just checking. Thank you. Yeah, so he had 10, he siphoned, went down to 8. It's just really hard for me to read the numbers on the dice. The screen is not as big as you would hope. So yeah, Aaron's down to 8. Joe's at 1. Had Aaron not maintenance hangered and regenerated earlier, he would be at 2 right now. So Joe can actually overclock here. And honestly, does Joe run Orbital Devastation in his deck? He does not. That's a shame. Orbital Devastation would be great right here. You just pay the 5 for it, and it deals 6 damage, and there's nothing you can really do to interact with it. I think they're getting tired. It's been a long day. So he's gonna pay 6. Yeah, so not gonna do that. I mean, the other play is you just siphon here off of. He has 2 overcharges on field. I mean, he's got 1 shield. Like, oh yeah, he can't activate it actually because he doesn't have enough shield value. He needs to regenerate a shield somehow. Yeah, I gotta remind him not to. He's gotta untap the pilot. He accidentally left his Nessa tap. Yeah, Joe's really trying to figure out how he can make this work here and not lose next turn. Yeah. So so Aaron just telling Joe, reminding him, you can't uh you can't siphon if you only have 1 shield, and it's a siphon 2. So playing disengage. So he played disengage, and then he's gonna regen 2, which he did. So now he's going to do the attack and overcharge. So scrapping the Mark III, getting the 2 charge back. Puts him right back down to 1. Not really where he wants to be. That's what he was saying. He really wanted to be at +1 on the regen to go to 2 so he could overclock. He's got an overwhelm in hand. He could replace the overcharge on the other one and swing through if he needed to later on, but it doesn't really help him here. Yeah, I forgot to put his shield back down to 1 because he did the siphon on it. So leaving it at 6 coming in. So Aaron's going to take the 6, go to 2, and then this puts Aaron in a position where, yeah, Aaron can basically kind of do whatever he wants next turn. There's a lot of charge left up for Joe, but I think Joe right here, like the play is probably just play Overwhelm and get the shockwave through. Okay, so he's adding Quantum Blow to the attack. They're rewinding real quick. So going back to 8. So this changes the math a little bit here. It's going to put Aaron at 1 unless he uses like Overshield. Or he could just chip. Well, he can't chip. His he didn't attack with his uh Aegis. Will the deck list for the yeah, we'll provide the deck list afterward. So he's gonna Overshield 3. So there's 7 coming in. He's gonna take 4. Nope. Yep. So 4 shield. It's probably the call. If he would have had the shield available, you just chip the damage there. You don't activate Overshield. That way it sets you at 2. Then you can self-overclock. Yeah, so puts you in a bad spot because as the attacking player in this situation, you don't want to put their shield to 0. You want to make them make that decision if you can't kill them, and he can't kill. So Aaron just calling out. I figure that you have an overwhelm in your hand. Again, I feel like Joe should be running. Uh, like I really think he should be running Orbital Devastation. Uh, so this is Orbital Devastation. Like he could have played this for 5 and just dealt 6 damage to Aaron, and there's nothing Aaron can do about it basically. It's not a keyword, so you can't interact with it with the rootkit. All he could have done is reduce the damage by 1 if his shield was depleted, but it's not, so it doesn't matter. Like there's literally nothing Aaron could have done to interact with this card. And he was sitting at 8, So could have played this, dropped him down to 2 shield, and then swung with the Leviathan, activated overcharge, got 2 shield or 2 charge back, and that would have just wrecked his shields and opened up the ability to then attack again, but I don't know. I just think it would have been a good spot for it. The other thing is he also got rid of the auxiliary weapons early in the game. And not having those extra attacks for pressure, I think, really hurt him. Yeah, so we'll see what happens here. We're currently 1-0 for Aaron. If Joe can pull this off somehow, um, we're going to end up having to just play another round because we can't have a draw, obviously, in top 4. Uh, they've both been playing a little slower. They're a little more controlly. I think the other game's been done. Okay. So he's scrapping the overcharge, playing the overwhelm face down? Yeah, put the overwhelm face down. I mean, I guess you can do it. He's got the quantum blow on it. It still works, but it just, I don't know, dude. Okay, he's gonna reveal it and opt to draw. Doesn't give him anything that he can set, it looks like, for defensive either. So all he's got is system override for bouncing 1 damage back. Yeah, just talking about, yeah, wishing he would have seen deplete. So he takes the shockwave damage. So breaks shields, gets to decide if he wants to overclock or not here. Okay. Opting not to overclock here. Yeah, there's a no, no, no. I think this is pretty much game because he can lock out attack next web or next turn either way. So avoiding getting another equipment card. He doesn't really need that card. I mean, Joe's got 10 life. We're looking at 3, possibly 5 to. Yeah, I mean, he can just. Yeah. Yep, so that's game. Aaron will take it 2-0 and move on to the finals. So good game by both players. Joe Joe coming down to the wire yet again. Great game by both players. Wild, yeah. So we're not gonna do an interview after this match. We're gonna go straight into the next one. So we'll have him clean up and get ready for the next match. Yeah, Aaron has been absolutely crushing it. So I guess we'll see who's up next. Alright, let's see what we got. I'll be right back. Alright, so we're giving them just a little break here. Um, Everybody had a pretty extreme matchup there in the last round, so they're gonna take just 5 here to kind of get ready for this finals that we're gonna have. Should be pretty exciting. So, for those of you who don't know, Joe that was just on the stream brought both of his sons. Um, both of them made top 4. No, top. They both made top 8. Philip made top 4. Um, Philip actually beat one of the older guys that was playing here today, Matt, that's on our team. So Philip is actually going to be piloting the Nessa Ryu core yet again, going against Aaron. So we'll see if Philip has what it takes to take a game from Aaron live on stream in the finals. Uh, Philip has been a bit of a comeback story. He actually lost in the first round and hasn't dropped a match since. So he's been on an absolute heater coming into this. So it'll be exciting to kind of see how he handles this and going into the room for the main event here. Um, yeah, I don't really know how this is gonna go down. I haven't had a chance to sit and watch Philip at all. Um, but yeah, they said that the last round out there that Philip played in, he kind of came back yet again to take the game and go 2-0. So it'll be exciting to see how this goes. We're gonna let them have a like, couple minutes here, and I think they're getting them set up in the room as well. And then we're gonna go straight into the finals. So we'll see you in just a minute here. Okay, so they're just about ready. We are gearing up here for the grand finale. Okay, yeah. So we're just getting them ready, and then we'll go right into this. Be right back. Promise. They're just about ready over in the other room. They were just trying to get some fresh air here. Been a long day. And now my walkie-talkie's yelling at me saying battery low. Yep, there it goes. Alright, I'm gonna check in real quick. Looks like they're still getting set up. Dude. Tornado, battery low. So what's everybody think? We've got, we can look at the tail of the tape. We'll bring up their deck lists here. So comparison-wise, we have Aaron on the left, Philip on the right. Again, very, very consistent Aaron. He hasn't dropped a match yet with Cal and Duskwolf, um, representing the lightweight chassis to the fullest. Phil dropped on the first round, took a loss, and hasn't lost since. So he is coming back with a vengeance here. You kind of see the breakdown. Um, Aaron does not run nearly as much equipment, but he runs quite a few weapons. That way his configurations, he can see them, get rid of them, and get his core charge back. Philip, a bit more of a balanced deck, configuration-wise and such. Not running a ton of support cards, so let's take a look and see what he's got support card-wise. So, looks like he's running... Huh. He's just got maintenance hangers in the main deck? Oh no, he's got mostly searchers and one maintenance hanger. That is a choice. I don't know that's a choice I would make. I think they're trying to talk to me, but I can't hear them. Hang on 1 second. All right. Welcome back, everyone. This will be an untimed best of three between Aaron and Philip. So, again, Philip and his entire family were playing basically the same deck with minor tweaks between them all. Um, Aaron is rocking Cal Bastion with the Dusk Wolf core. Philip running Nessa with the Scrap Heap and the wonderful Ryu core for decoding. So we'll see how Philip navigates this. There's been quite a bit of talks between the family out there as they were kind of prepping for what was about to happen. As every single person that came with Philip, all four of them, were kind of giving him some tips and stuff on how to handle Aaron's deck possibly. So again, just in case anybody's new in here, uh, Aaron's on the Cal Bastion. Kind of see his breakdown here. He's got one of the no-no-nos. That's not right. That doesn't say one. It's very small. Yeah, so three no-no-nos, three scries, three depletes, two disengage, one infest, three maintenance hangers, one, nope, two memory wipes. So tons of configurations. So we're getting drawn up. They're getting ready to go. Aaron's entire shtick is using configurations to feed and get rid of weapons to scrap and get charge back. Alright. So Aaron mulliganing 3, Philip doing 4. So Philip is going second, it looks like. Let's see if we can get a peek at that hand. See a no. See a disengage. Interesting. I don't think Philip is thrilled with his opening hand. You're probably gonna see Aaron right off the bat utilize Cal's free play on gadgets. It's pretty typical for what he's trying to do. Yep, there it is. Cal dropping scry. Freebie. Getting the double draw. So bottom decking the second card. Triggering Dusk Wolf off the gadget. Gets 1. So 3 pieces, 4 pieces of equipment, 2 weapons. No other configurations for Aaron. That is not what he wants to see. Meanwhile, over on Philip's side, okay, dropping Mark III gauntlets, the Dusk Wolf, popular card. Probably see it come out of Philip's hand at some point in time as well. So it drops down to 0. Philip doesn't have to worry about Aaron doing any kind of messing with him being able to use Scrap Heap. Yep, so we're going to reconfigure. So, yep, playing out Greaves for free off the Scrap Heap. Setting his max to 4. Yes, Philip just ripping through there. So Mark III gauntlets, Mark II Greaves. The Greaves come out for free. Gauntlets he paid full cost. Um, Yeah, puts him up to 6 charge already. We'll see if he can do the thing where he actually hits a Mark 4 and plays it on turn 2. That would be wild to see. Actually, after this whole time. Aaron's seeing Retribution drops that out. He doesn't need that in hand. He can go search that out once he does his overclock. Aaron doing a lot of thinking on turn 1. Well, turn 2. So, swing coming in. Activating Quantum Blow. Yep, activating Quantum Blow for 1. Stacking up those tokens on those slots for the bonus damage. So, Philip down to 18 shield. Leviathan's going to come in for at least 2. Okay, flat 3. You going to take it? Aaron's still with plenty of charge to do stuff with here. He's got a bunch of equipment cards in hand, but I'm not sure exactly what he wants to play here. I don't know if he has another set of Greaves. It looks like it. I think he kind of needs another weapon on field if he can afford it, but he's probably not going to this turn. We'll see what happens, I guess. Good night. This thing, I gotta like turn it just right so that it actually like picks up my voice. Otherwise, I'm like super quiet. Yeah, so we played down the Ryu Greaves. So it's fine. It keeps him on pace charge-wise. He's up to 7 now. Philip's going to start his turn. He's playing out. No, no, no. Face down. He's going to set that. Sorry, he's not playing it. He's setting it. So basically, he's getting the lockout ready for later. He's going to put Overwhelm on the... Okay, so he's setting it up later for being able to drop in the Leviathan. He's going to play the Lidless Orb Mark III. So coming in for 1 on Rawhide. I doubt Aaron takes the damage here, but we'll see. Like I don't know why you would. Yeah, he's gonna chip the damage off of that with the shield, and then Lilith is coming in for 3. Yeah, he's just coming in for 3 right now. I think he's probably gonna system override 1. Yep, this is gonna bounce 1 back. He could have used the shield to not take the damage. Aaron was trying to help him out. So 2 damage down to 18. Yeah, so 14 shield on Philip's side, 18 on Aaron's side. Back over to Aaron for this turn. Going into turn 3 here. He doesn't have any configurations on board, which this is wild. I've legitimately never seen him get to turn 3 and not have anything. And it looks like he literally doesn't even draw into any. Maybe he has 1? Okay. So Philip paying the 1 to deplete the gauntlets after Aaron's draw because he has priority after. And now Aaron trying to figure out how he's gonna do anything without that quantum blow damage coming in. He's got a couple weapon cards in his hand. He could easily play those out and kind of make it work and get more damage in. Philip's already down to 14 shield, and he has no no core charge left to actually be able to defend himself here. The most he's got is the one damage reduction off his shield that's in play for the rawhide. If I'm Aaron here, I'm probably just going full aggro because I'm not seeing any of the configurations to do any of my ramping and refilling my core charge at this point. He hasn't seen any overcharges. He's not seeing any extra draws. He does have plenty of cards in his hand though, but it's also because he hasn't really had anything to play. I mean, maybe you upgrade the visor if you've got one that's cheap. Okay, he's gonna go in for the decoding. Yep. So paying the one, activating decoding. There's gonna be no response from Philip. So going through the steps here, making sure he's finding the card he wants. He's gonna bottom deck or top deck, whichever one he doesn't want. So bottom decking what look like another auxiliary weapon. He's got to be searching for an overcharge. So no other on attacks coming in. Comes back to Philip. Rawhide chips that one damage off, so he's not going to take anything into his shields. Tons of weapon choices for Aaron. No configurations to get those out of his hand that he wants to see so that he can gain more core charge and extend his turns. It's basically what he's done the entire tournament until now, which is astonishing because he has like 26 configuration cards in his deck. So 2 more damage coming in. Philip has nothing. Down to 12 shield. Philip holding on to the auxiliary weapon. Paying, yeah, paying 2 for that, which he usually just gets for free. Dropping 3 more damage onto Philip down to 9. Then playing his visor out. So now we got 3 Mark III equipments on the field. So he's going to be at 9. This visor's really good, especially when you can extend your turns and leave core charge up. It's not so great right now for for Aaron because he has no way to extend his turns with no configurations on the field. So Philip activating decoding 2. Looks like he's got to disengage. I don't know if he's going to take it. Um, okay. Using upgrade protocol. Digging for a piece of equipment here. Okay. Grabbing the visor Mark III. That's funny. This card in all of its glory. Yep, so just getting rid of virus off the field. It doesn't have anything but on reveals, so there's not much there for it to do. Yep, dropping another configuration. What is he getting at here? I'm trying to figure out what play line he's going for. So activating Quantum Blow on Lidless Orb after the attack declaration. So no responses from Aaron to Quantum Blow activating. He's going to pay 1, System Override 1. So just going through the steps, making sure that we're getting everything on field that needs to be done. Yeah, so Aaron only taking 2 damage out of that because he's system overriding 1 and then chipping damage off of his shield for another one. So down to 16 shield. Swinging shield with 2 more damage. So just the 2 coming down to 14. Philip could have once again not taken the damage from the system override on the shield. So he's missed that twice in a row now. Yeah, so Aaron back up to 9 or charge. Um, Dude really needs to see some type of configuration here, but especially needs to see overcharge to extend these turns out. There's stuff he wants to do, but stuff he can't do. So dual lockouts. So locking both of them out, applying shutdown. Neither one of those now can attack this turn. Yeah, so Philip holding on to those lockouts and keeping Aaron from activating those weapons is would normally be huge because they'll usually have overcharge on them. Here, I mean, Philip doesn't know what Aaron has in his hand, so he has no clue that there's no overcharges in Philip or in Aaron's hand. So he's down 2 attacks either way, which is fine for Philip. It gives him a chance to kind of catch up here. Um, Take a little breath at least. I don't remember what else he has in his hand. It's like Aaron has just a ton of cards and nothing to do with them, with a ton of charge as well. Because most of what's in his hand, he can't really, he just can't use. He doesn't need it right now. Because he just can't find the filter. Like he's got defensive options, that's great. He's got a maintenance hanger, also fine, but he doesn't need the shield right now. So chip damage off from Rawhide with Aegis coming in takes no damage on Philip. There's nothing else damage-wise or weapon-wise that Aaron can do. So he's gonna play the maintenance hanger out, go back up to 18 shield, gets an extra core charge off of that. So he should be at 10. Yep. Is he gonna play down? Yep, he's gonna dual set viruses. So he's basically gonna do what Philip did to him, but actually worse. So as soon as Philip is done with his draw step, Aaron is going to reveal both of those cards, and yeah, maybe he's not. It's actually shocking. I thought for sure he was going to dual deplete. Yep, so just clearing the tokens off from the bonus damage that was coming in from before because he doesn't have Quantum Blow active. Hmm. He's got another weapon in hand. I don't know that you play it here. Actually, you know what? You can replace. I think you replace. Yeah, that's what I thought was gonna happen. So he's just clarifying he's done with the draw phase. He's gonna reveal both. Yeah. So he's gonna virus it, which is going to deplete it. So just the one. Did he choose to destroy? Otherwise, that card should be depleted. Yeah, okay. Just clarifying that he didn't mean that he wanted to deal the damage or destroy it. Let's see. I see one equipment card, two weapons. Neither one of them seeing overcharges, which is wild. Yep, so enters the flux. So he's going to deplete the slot. So technically, that comes in depleted. So now those are depleted this turn, and the start of next turn they also do not reset. So now Philip's in a very bad spot. Exactly what I thought was going to happen happened. Aaron just waited to make him use his core charge on the other weapon and play it. So this is essentially what happens when Aaron doesn't see the configurations that he needs to see to extend turns. He shifts into an entirely control-based, lightweight Duskwolf. And from here out, he'll just chip away. It's just a matter of will Philip see the things he needs to see to keep the chipping from happening. Philip saying he would love a card that swaps shield values between each player. This is such a weird matchup. I mean, Aaron's got weapon upgrades. Like, I think he should feel pretty comfortable just playing them out with, you know, full 10 charge. Like you just kind of start going for it here. He's got the other weapons removed from the game for this turn and next turn on Philip's side. There's really nothing he can do about it. Yeah. Yep. I think that's the right call. So Shard of Umber coming out. Did he finally get an overcharge? Had to have. That's like the only thing he plays overcharge under. Okay. It had to have been an overcharge. So declaring the attack here. Yep, revealing overcharge. So here's where he pays 1, starts being able to extend, finds another overcharge. That is very bad. Very, very bad. So he's ditching a shard because overcharge is fantastic. So he did the draw, he scrapped the card, he got his charge back. He siphons 2 off, goes down to 16 shield. Puts the +2 damage from the siphon effect onto Shard of Umbra. Philip has 1 counterattack. He's going to activate System Override 1. So he's got 6 coming in. Philip no longer has a shield to chip damage away. So just 6 coming through, it looks like. Wait, why 7? Am I missing something? Oh yeah, it's base damage 5, plus the 2 from Siphon. So, oof, down to 9, or 2. From 9 to 2. Math is hard, kids. Okay, is he going to decode? He is going to decode. Okay, so paying the 1, making the attack declaration, activating decode on attack. Philip has no way to respond. It's just, that's funny. So he's going to keep both. Uh, huh. So 1 coming in, just going to take it. He's got no way to defend anything at this point anyway. Sitting at 1 is not fantastic, especially for Ryu. Um, there's no regen +1 within Philip's deck as far as I'm aware, so he cannot self-overclock at this point because he needs at least 2 shield for Siphon 2 to take effect. Not that it like super matters because next turn Philip's still not doing anything. So if Philip has anything in his sideboard that has System Reboot on it, uh, probably a good idea to get some of that in here. We can take a look real quick. It doesn't look like he does. He has nothing with System Reboot on it at all. So, not helpful for him. So the virus tokens come off. The cards don't reset with everything else. Uh, hopefully he pulls an auxiliary weapon. He's gonna void something. He has to. Okay, doing upgrade protocol. So Mark IV Duskwolf Gauntlets. So now he has the ability. He has the ability to self overclock. Thought Siphon was changing to shockwave damage if not enough shields. It will be. It has not for this tournament. The current ruling was how we're doing it right now. So instead of changing it one day before the tournament, essentially, is what it ended up being. Um, we're running it as is. Okay, he's gonna decode. Drop down to 0. No defense whatsoever for Philip. Which means next turn. Yep. So end phase, he's revealing the configuration just to get the draw, since it's going to reset at the beginning of his turn anyway. And Philip's going to wrap up his turn. Control doing things that Control needs to do. Don't at me and tell me that aggro is the only way this game can be played. Up to 10, voiding, drawing a new one. Aaron being able to put on this much pressure through just kind of holding off Philip is really odd, but also I don't think Philip saw any of his auxiliary weapons that he needed to see. So Aaron trying to figure out whether or not he's presenting lethal here. So resetting that just to prep for whatever may happen if he overclocks Philip. So decoding coming in. Yeah, so being in the engagement phase, just clarifying that, yeah. So Philip was declaring a counterattack as a fast speed action, and then so system override was going to come in, and then and then Aaron revealed a rootkit to get rid of the system override 1, and then now he's resolving his decoding. Yeah, the Cow Gadget deck is it's very good. Does the things. It usually draws a lot and it regenerates a lot of charge to extend out. So Philip doing his overclock, grabbing his Mark IV. He needs to scrap the card underneath of it. He will get the core charge back. I'm gonna download it from Twitch to post to our YouTube channel as well. Since we're streaming it to the Game Guys YouTube, we just split it, and then that way I can either grab it from them or download it off of Twitch. But yeah, so Philip getting the core charge back, he has no shields, so he can't overshield, which is what he wants to do, but he can't. So Now Aaron basically just gets to smash face. So Shard of Umber being declared. Can't. So just clarifying, he can't play that from hand. He would have had to have attached it on his previous turn. Yep. So attacks coming in, he's going to draw and siphon. He's also going to drop out another weapon card so he can get the charge. Oh, he didn't do a weapon. He just got rid of an equipment card he didn't need. So he's still going to go up to 5. Yeah, so using overcharge yet again to get the siphon and bumping up to 5 damage on that, and then adding, or sorry, adding 2 damage to go from 5 to 7. So life's at 3. So end of game 1. Yeah, so Aaron takes game 1. Gonna reset everything here. Philip saying your deck is unlike anything I've ever seen played before in this game. There's a ton of interaction that Aaron presents. Aaron just talking about how, like, when he doesn't see certain things, he can dial up one version of the deck versus the other portion. He's got kind of 2 routes he can take with it depending on what he sees in the deck. Yeah, it's the end of game 1. He's got another chance. We'll see what happens. Philip talking about how his deck is essentially built to just be super aggro, and whether or not he actually sees the cards. It's hard to be very aggro. It's hard to be aggro when your opponent drops 2 viruses to deplete your weapon slots for the turn you want to swing with them, and then they don't reset on the next turn either, and you don't run system reboot in your deck or in your side deck. So let that be a lesson to everyone out there. System reboot is important. And also overcharge is very good. This is the final matchup. Yep. So Philip lost his first match of the day, and then hasn't lost since. Aaron has won every single match in every single round. He hasn't dropped a single match yet. I've seen Aaron win in like 3 different ways with this deck. One was, yeah, one was very fast. The other one was very slow, and the other one was where he almost dropped a match and saw everything he wanted early on and then nothing at all late game. Maybe I need to rethink my discrimination against lightweights. Yeah, I think if anything, if anybody learns anything today, it's that lightweights don't suck like I was trying to tell everybody. It would be interesting to see a heavyweight adopt some of the overcharge that Aaron's running because it's not something that I think people were kind of running before. So they're both getting rid of 4 cards here. This is potentially the last round, or yeah, the last match of the final round here. Yeah, so again, like overcharge is up on the thing. Like, you need weapons in your deck. That's the weird thing. If you're running overcharge, you have to have enough weapons that you see them frequently enough to scrap them out and get your charge back as an extra refund cost. There's some really kind of fun interactions you can do where like you're playing out a Mark II Javelin of Faith and then you use that plus overcharge to pitch out a Mark III card that you don't want, and you just siphon and you're presenting 4 damage on a Mark II Javelin of Faith for basically free. Like, there are some really cool things you can do. We had 12 people show up. There were supposed to be a lot more, and I don't know what the deal was. We were told that the phone call was made and people asked about the tournament and they didn't come. So I don't know. You never know with people. Maybe they decided that they just didn't want to come play. Who knows? It also doesn't help with all the shipping issues that we've had from the warehouse. So there's a lot of people in this area that were supposed to have Kickstarter stuff come in, and they still haven't gotten it after the warehouse slash fulfillment place kind of stopped shipping things for whatever reason because they having all sorts of issues. So okay, so Philip choosing to go first. Interesting. Yep. So overcharge coming out first, or sorry, Scry gets played for free off of Cal because it is a gadget. So Cal gets to reduce the cost of all gadgets you play by 1 core charge. Um, can't play gadgets face down though. That's the only bad thing. And then he actually gets to draw an extra card off a gadget when played. So play Scry, look at the top 2, take one of them, activate Dusk Wolf because it's a gadget, get another draw. So you're just starting to filter through cards and then yeah, he saw the things that he finally wanted to see. So it will oh, he's gonna do it again on the other weapon this time. So he doesn't get the extra draw for the second time, it's only once per turn. But he does get the free scry effect. Now he's gonna drop yep, 4 total. 3 for the gauntlets, 1 for the visor. Alright, back over to Philip. Going into turn 2. Let's see what he got. Up to 5 charge. he's, got, he's got a couple equipment cards in hand. Okay. So he's going to reconfigure. Being silly. doing doing the Nessa Yeah, reducing the cost with NASA. Play out. Yep, paying 1. So, what is he? Oh, he's activating Quantum Blow 1. Okay. So, chipping 1 on Aaron's end. He'll take the 1. So, it looks like Philip's got. Looks like he's got the Ryu visor. Am I wrong? No, maybe he's got the Griffin. So hard to see with this. Yeah, so he's got the Griffin visor with system reboot and regen. So I was wrong. He does have a system reboot ability, but that regenerate 1 is actually very important in this deck. Um, Believe it or not, with the siphon issue, because you can set somebody at 1 and then they can't overclock themselves. And then he's got the Dusk Wolf Gauntlets out, so he's got 3, 6. Yeah, and then the Mark II Ryu Greaves with the system override on him. So declaring Aegis, decoding. He's not going to get the extra draw here because he didn't play a gadget. Looks like memory wipe. Putting that on the bottom of the deck. He doesn't need that. Showing the camera for you guys. He's got memory wipe and shield drone. So he's keeping shield drone. So tagging on short circuit. So 1 damage, he's going to chip it off with the shields. This Scarlet just stepping in, give him a die instead of using the +2 token. Yep. Javelin of Faith coming down again. Using overcharge. He's gonna pitch a weapon to go back up too. So this is what the deck normally does. This is kind of its regular game flow. So he gets the draw, he's gonna scrap, and then he siphons based on overcharge. It's very popular today. So now he's gonna siphon the 2 shield off. Goes down to 17. Adds +2 damage to this attack coming in. Makes it 5 coming in. Philip has nothing to respond with. So dropping from 20 down to 15. Two more coming in from Leviathan. Alright, passing over to Philip. Voiding an auxiliary weapon out. Just cleaning up everything here, untapping everything. So system rebooting right away, getting rid of that short circuit. Spirit fingers for the camera. So dropping those both into scrap, and then playing Javelin of Faith out from scrap with the Nessa ability at a reduced cost. Activating decoding 2 off the Ryu, or Dusk Ryu. Yep, the Ryu. So virusing the Javelin, going to deplete it. Yep, so depletes that. Yep, paid for the decode. He's paying 1 to place a card underneath. And then he has nothing in hand. He's swinging in for 1. He's just gonna chip it off with the with the shield. Yeah, getting virused on the Javelin of Faith is brutal. But I think that's all the Javelin or the viruses we're gonna see, I believe. Wait, I lied. Last turn or last game was the one where he did it back to back. So we still got 2 more. Yeah, virus for the win for sure. Aaron trying to decide how he wants to approach this turn. Probably gonna apply short circuit again, just to keep the pressure on and force him to system reboot it off every time. Yep, playing No 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 for free off a Cal just to get the draw. And then he's going to draw off of the trigger on the Dusk Wolf as well. Just bantering back and forth here. Looks like he's got a couple configurations in hand that he can replace some stuff with. I don't know if it's really worth it or not right now. I feel like he just needs to look for weapons at this point. He's kind of got everything set up where he wants it. Yeah, so swapping that out. He's already got the virus on it used, so no point keeping it around. There's not a lot Philip can do here other than either revealing whatever card he has face down up there on the Greaves or system overriding. And even if he system overrides, if he does it before... Okay, so Aaron's going to attack with the Javelin of Faith first instead of the Aegis. Yep, so he's trying to rootkit Siphon. So rootkitting the rootkit. Root reception. Rootkitting the rootkit to keep it from resolving the rootkit. So now the effect pops off on overcharge. So yep, discarding another weapon, going back up in charge, doing the Duskwolf things. Siphons 2 off, goes down to 15 shield, adds 2 extra damage to Javelin of Faith. So going up to 5. Surprised he's not doing Quantum Blow here. So chipping one of those off, going to 9. Dun 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 dun. Yep, Leviathan coming in for 2 more. Philip doesn't have anything else he can activate. It's down to 7. So applying Short Circuit with Aegis. Okay, just taking the 1. Maintenance hanger's coming down. Yep. Going back up to 19 shield. The 2 most popular things today, Rootkit and Overcharge. Philip not in a great spot. Dropping a maintenance hanger of his own though. So back up to 10. Activating disengage to regenerate 2 more. Then activating system reboot. So back up to 12 shield for Philip. He's got attacks he can do this turn at least. So decoding 2. Philip not happy with his draws. He's got an overcharge in hand, but it doesn't help him here. So declaring attack, activating Quanta Blow on Duskwolf Gauntlets. So 1 damage coming in, taking 1 of those damage away with the shield. And then he'll have 2 coming in from the from Lidless. Down to 16. Back over to Aaron. I don't think Aaron can present lethal here. He would need to do 22. He doesn't have a path to get to Retribution because he keeps gaining more shield. Does have another lockout in his hand though. And there's another virus. Yeah, so he's got Scry. He can just play for free. It just depends if he wants or needs the draw at this point. I think he's mostly just, yeah, he's only got 1 weapon in hand. At some point, you've got to upgrade that Leviathan. So declaring Aegis, activating decoding, no response from Philip. Another lockout. Putting that on the bottom. He doesn't think he needs that. I would agree. Getting another overcharge. So 1 coming in. Chip it with the Rawhide. And no damage coming into shields for Philip. Tons of configurations in Aaron's hand now. I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing at this point for him. I feel like he's already got everything on the board that he really needs other than maybe replacing what's over on his visor with one of the viruses. Yeah, that looks like what he's going to do. He's going to play deplete face down, I think. No, he's going to attack first. Oh, okay. So Philip accidentally grabbed 2 cards. So grabbing the top one, putting the other one on the bottom. So now he's going to discard something that he has. He's got tons of configurations in his hand. He doesn't really need to go back up and charge, but getting rid of a Mark III auxiliary weapon, going back up to max charge. He's going to take the Siphon 2, down to 14 shield, adding the 2 damage on to the auxiliary weapon. So the thing is, Philip doesn't have enough configurations in his deck to deal with the constant repetition of configurations coming down and doing the things that they need to do on Aaron's side. If he had more cards that he could use Rootkit on the field or just face down, he could stop Aaron from just extending these turns out over and over. So down to 7 shield for Philip. He's making a joke about how many shards of Umbra it takes to make 1 full Umbra. He's trying to Voltron shards of Umbra into the Lord of Umbra. Oh my gosh. So just 5 coming in. Yeah, checking to see if he's got enough left over for what he wants to do after this. Lords of Umbra sounds like a Dark Souls boss for some reason. Yeah. The Lords of Umbra. Ooh, Aaron's going to choose to short circuit. Wait, doesn't he already have short circuit? Okay. So he was just joking around earlier about doing it, but Philip thought he actually put he thought he put short circuit on it earlier. So he dropped it on, but he didn't. So now he did, in reality. Yeah, so he's down to 3? No, he should be at 2. Did he really set him at 2? Yeah, so no coming down just to get the draw. Yep, get the once per turn draw. So he's plussing again. Alright, Aaron's done. So Philip finally getting access to all the cards on the field for like the first turn this game that he doesn't have something depleted or locked out or anything else. But I have a feeling that what's about to happen is as soon as he's done with his draw step, yeah, every time. No, okay, they're talking about something. So what's about to happen is once Philip is done with his draw step, Aaron is going to reveal that card face down underneath those the visor, and it's probably gonna be deplete, and he's gonna throw a virus on it and deplete Philip's poor little auxiliary weapon yet again. Oh, letting okay. He's letting the draw phase go. He's not gonna have anything to do with it. So he regenerated two. Hmm. I'm actually really shocked that he didn't lock out or do anything with that auxiliary weapon yet. So playing overcharge out. Yep, okay. Waiting for him to use. So applying virus. Oh my gosh. They're just talking about how much fun they're having. I don't know that Philip's necessarily having like the same kind of fun that Aaron's having. So total whiff on upgrade protocol. Not a single equipment card for Philip. Philip not thrilled, to say the least. Philip trying to come in with Rawhide, activating Quantum Blow. There's only room for one token here. And Aaron is actually wide open now. So, sad part is if Philip would have gotten a weapon or two, sitting at 9 core charge like that, other than just the auxiliary weapon, um, could have actually done some decent damage this turn and put some pressure on. Yeah, 3 coming in. Chip 1, takes 2, down to 12. So 2 more coming in from Lidless. Drawing a card off of Maintenance Hanger. Pretty good. pretty good chance that this is the last turn for Philip. I don't think he's going to find his way out of this turn alive. Wait, did he? Did I miss where he regenerated more shield or something? I think that says 9. I must have missed him regenerating at some point. I'm honestly shocked that it's this close at this point. If it wasn't for Aaron like refusing to upgrade weapons faster, I think he probably could have presented lethal quite a bit ago. And now Aaron's hand is just gummed up with configurations that he really can't take advantage of. Yeah, I kind of feel Aaron's pain here. He's not really sure what to do. He has so many configurations in his deck to try to cycle through and make it as efficient as possible that when he gets into these end turns like this is like when something like this happens and you're close enough to him that you can take advantage of it. Uh, Probably be a pretty good idea, but Philip just can't find anything. Talking about how long they've been playing and it's been 9 hours, and they're both agreeing it doesn't feel like it's been 9 hours. It's funny. Philip trying to lock in. Yeah, this is gonna be hard. I mean, having no charge at this point with no face down cards for Philip, and then trying to deal with Aaron really bringing out any other weapons. Like, he's getting to the point where if you find a Mark IV or a Mark III weapon, it just has to go over the top of Tiamat at this point, just to start pushing more damage and not give Philip a chance to, like, actually find something he can use. Because while Philip only has one maintenance hanger in this deck, which he already found, he does have other Mark III weapons in the deck. So down to 7. So coming in, Shard of Umbra. Wait, does he have a scry on that still? I don't know why he still has those configurations on there. So dropping Short Circuit back on with the gauntlets. Yeah, the scry shouldn't be there. They're only. Oh, never mind. They have counter plays. Or nope, I lied. They don't. They shouldn't be there. See, look. All they have is an unreveal. So 5 more coming in. Puts Philip down to 2 shield. Okay. So he's going to Aegis and Decode. He's trying to sit Philip at 1 so he can't siphon himself. Okay, down to one. So this is the important part right here. We'll see if Philip catches it or not, but his visor does allow him to regenerate one shield, and he can then siphon that off to overclock himself. Aaron's kind of opening this up, possibly. Although I'm pretty sure he just set a lockout down. That doesn't happen. Just stack them on top. Interesting. So Aaron's got one charge. Pretty sure he's got a lockout ready. When you reset everything on Philip's side, the virus token's gonna go away, but that's not going to reset. Yep, okay, he's gonna virus. Yep, he's gonna target the visor so that he so that he can't do the regen and siphon. Yep, so depleting it, not destroying it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how Philip gets out of this. What is he playing? Oh, he's just gonna hard cast the Mark IV Lidless. So he doesn't need. Interesting. Oh, he's gonna go grab another one-handed weapon. So he wants to play a Mark III on the other slot, which, yes, good choice. So this actually presents a very interesting situation where uh, there's a lot of damage that could possibly come in right now, especially if he goes through the overcharge. Hmm, I'm actually fascinated to see what happens here. Like Aaron may have massively screwed up by putting that last virus. Yeah, so Power Burst 2, Short Circuit 2 coming in. Yeah, like, so, I mean, Aaron has nothing here. So 7 coming in. So base 5 plus 2 and dropping short circuit in. Aaron's just going to take the 7 down to 3. So declaring the attack with the Mark 3 Shard of Umbra, activating Shockwave and Power Burst 1. He's going to chip 1. So 5 comes through. So 3 down to 2 life. Aaron choosing not to overclock. Interesting. I don't know that Philip gets out of this though. I thought Aaron may have like massively messed up. Yeah. So 2 damage is going to happen from Shockwave. Yep, pops the shield. So not activating system reboot there kind of stinks for him. Them laughing, saying, Philip goes, I might not die here. And Aaron responding, I don't think there's any way you're not dying here. Philip saying, okay, I can make some changes to my turn if you want to go back. He got close. Aaron's super excited. He finally got some Greaves. So Philip has no charge. So overclock coming in, retribution coming down, 5 damage coming in. Yep, so 5 damage coming to face here. Sorry, into life. Off the retribution. He saved it for the end. Philip saying you should do something else other than the on reveals. So now they're just messing with each other, finishing this out. But yeah, Aaron's gonna get this. He's gonna be our first winner here with Cal, going completely undefeated throughout all of Swiss and through top 4 here. Didn't drop a single match, and congratulations to Aaron and Cal and Duskwolf. Also, congratulations to Philip. The kid is, I believe, 13 years old and only dropped 1 round today. Hadn't lost another match since until playing against Aaron and losing both of these. So, congratulations to both players. Congratulations to everybody who made top 4. It was a great event here in Houston at Game Guys Entertainment. Cannot wait to get back and build the game up a little more and hopefully get some more local interest as we kind of build up our tournament scene as well. We will be back here without a doubt. So, again, thank you everyone for joining in. I am going to log out of here and go congratulate everybody and hang out and finish this evening off and give away some cool stuff that we'll post some pictures of and yeah, you'll see everything on social media here soon. Again, thanks for coming out and watching, uh, partaking in the very first in real life Chrono Core tournament. So, thanks again, everybody. We'll catch you later at the next one. Hey, I lied. We're gonna do an interview real quick at the end with Aaron and show off the playmat and stuff. I was inadvertently getting ahead of myself. So we'll be right back with an interview.
was such a good move. That
Yeah,
was
yeah.
that reset everything.
Yeah, because then you
Yeah.
ended up with so many configurations in your hand that you kind of like had to adjust what you were doing,
Yes.
and you couldn't just kind of snowball into, okay, now I found some weapons, and I'm at a point now where I'm okay with just playing these out and just starting to deal damage and going aggro.
The reality is his deck is more aggro than mine.
Yeah,
It-
for sure.
If I didn't bump him enough and make him, if I wasn't able to stop his gas really from
Yeah.
taking his mileage, 100% with you on that.
Yeah.
I was starting to calculate. Okay, when am I going to deck out? Legitimately. Yeah. Well, at least most of his was a cycle.
His cycle. Yeah, yours is just pretty much straight raw.
Straight. Yeah. So I was starting to math out of, okay, what do I need to see in order to guarantee I close it without him doing a massive shockwave gauntlet? Yeah.
I think if you wouldn't have seen that third virus, probably would have lost.
I was gonna dig for Lucas. It would have changed the game plan. Seeing that let me gas. I would have had to pull the brakes on myself.
Yeah.
If I had gas without it, I think you're completely right. That would have been the wrong move for me to make.
Also, system rebooting better.
Yeah, 100%. Any family members or audience members at home, like make sure you sequence when you play the thing. Play it only when it's necessary to play it.
I looked at the camera and I said, just a reminder, kids. System reboot is really important, and you really need more than 3, and you really need them in your sideboard for instances like this.
Yep.
So,
Yes. 100%. I truly thought on the last turn that he was going to turn 1 system reboot out that short circuit
yeah,
and just get rid of it, and so my virus could have done nothing.
Yeah.
But he gassed. I took advantage.
yep, for sure. So, all right, man. Hey, congratulations. We're gonna sign off here. We're all dead tired. It's been 9 hours of Chrono Forums, and as much as I love the game because I made it, and as much as this guy loves the game because he just whipped everybody's butt here.
If I could say maybe one note on that too.
Yeah, go ahead.
My friend and I have something we call the itis.
Okay.
It's that feeling that you get after you've been doing something for long enough where you're just dead.
Yeah.
It's the itis.
Yeah.
So I don't have the itis from playing this game.
That's good.
It's rare. After playing this many games,
Yeah.
after playing the same deck a lot of times,
Yes.
I don't have that.
That's
I'm
awesome.
tired, but not at this game.
Right.
I think that's huge.
For sure. Yeah. No, I'm glad. It seems like everybody had a great time here. Really appreciate you. Appreciate everybody for coming out. Appreciate Game Guys for hosting us here today. Sleeved, hooking us up with the awesome deck builder. Matified with these beautiful mats. Inked Gaming providing all of the mats for us on the, I guess not the promo side of things, but the giveaways that we gave for everybody for entry. So couldn't be more happy. Top Deck ran perfectly today for all of our tournament needs and timings. So thanks again to everybody, and we'll see you in the next one.